Let's war rolling and let's thug. We here to bring the truth. Jar open this podcast. We breaking through the fake news. They try to silence us, but we will be subdued. We're bearded alpha males here to save the youth. Spitting fire on the mic with the bass Christian takes. Exposing the lies, keeping the demons at bay. We ain't afraid to speak up. We won't be swayed. Jar open this podcast where the truth is laid. Jar openers, cracking open the lies. We're rolling Atlas dub, we're here to rise. Bearded alpha males saving the youth from the godless demons, spreading the truth. We ain't playing games, we're on a mission to awaken the masses with our intuition. Pulling out the corruption with no inhibition. Draw open this podcast, sparking a revolution. We're not afraid to stand tall in a world full of deceit. We're the voice of reason, bringing light to the street. Keeping it real, never missing a beat. Jar open this podcast where the truth meets the heat. Jar openers, cracking open the lies. We're rolling Atlas dub, we're here to rise. Bearded alpha males saving the youth from the godless demons, spreading the truth. Jar open this podcast where the truth will never cease. Join us on the journey to bring back peace. We're rolling Atlas dub, fearless in our release. Jar open this podcast where the lies will decrease.
All right, what is up? What is up? Saturday, crazy day. How you doing, man?
Doing well. Trying to keep up with all the news that's been going on.
Right, it's
And,
hard to focus.
Yeah. A lot happening at once. You know, drop the news. I don't support Trump anymore. Let's get the elephant out of the room out of the way. I think a lot of people probably will begin peeling out of the MAGA base as well. And, I thought Steve Bannon had a great quote because Charlie Kirk had said something along the lines of he thinks a lot of these recent events from, the deportations as well as the war, I think being the biggest one, but the Middle Eastern conflict, that we're going to see MAGA split. But then Steve Bannon made the point. He said, you're not going to see MAGA split. You're going to see MAGA separate from the neocons who are still a part of the MAGA base. So make of that what you will, but I do think most people expect that the events and the consequences of what's going on is going to bring about even more infighting on the right wing.
Oh, yeah, I definitely think it'll bring on more infighting amongst the right wing, especially since, people promoted Trump and his no new wars policy and everything like that repeatedly over the last few years. So, that's a big one considering what we got going on over there in the Middle East. I'm picking up some kind of. I got a crazy rainstorm. So if you guys hear the fuzz when I talk, I apologize. There's nothing I can really do about it right now. Hopefully it goes away.
And at least I got you coming out of my speaker, so I might not be hearing it if people are wearing headphones.
Oh, okay. Maybe it's just that, and I can hear it in my headphones. But
TNT's spot on though. Yeah, I was only ever, slightly on the bandwagon just because I did believe in the practical positive effects of them. And truth be told, we still did get practical positive effects from Trump. But just for me, my priorities and my bigger visions lie elsewhere, and I think he's failing us on all of those.
Yeah. I know that there's definitely a split. You know what I mean? There's the people that are going to back Trump no matter what he does, and then there's the people that are going to be a little bit harder to convince, I guess you'd say. I saw that you posted the other day that you're out on Trump. That was interesting.
Yeah.
I'm not out on Trump. I still support Trump. I'm just to the point where I'm cautiously reeling back my support, I guess. You know what I mean? I know one of the main I believe one of the pivotal points in your decision was that he knew about the strikes beforehand, which, if Israel wants to stay in the good graces of the United States, they better let President Donald Trump know. I know it went even a step further where he said Iran cannot be allowed to have a nuke. And that's kind of been the rhetoric that we've seen repeated over the last 20-ish years, 30 years. Every time Israel seems like wants to attack or whatever, it's always preceded with this kind of inevitable Iran is really close to developing a nuclear bomb, so we have to act preemptively in light of self-defense or whatever. And it's kind of been this wash, rinse, repeat that has worked for them multiple times and stuff like that. So they better let Trump know, certainly if they want to stay in our good graces, considering that they're fully aware of MAGA's stance that we don't want any more new wars. And so yeah, Donald Trump knew. It actually escalated to the next level where Trump and their national defense basically said we're working with Israel to take out the attacks from Iran. So essentially, we're defending Israel, which that's part of our alliance. I wonder how long. I've seen a lot of people on X over the last couple of days saying that they really don't need U.S. dollars to fund their defense anymore. So I can't help but wonder how long that'll continue. I think with Trump at the helm, probably inevitable, indefinitely. I mean, it's just a matter of this war is still escalating. They're sending Iran has been sending some pretty serious. I think what are they? I can't think of the name. They go like Mach 3, Mach 4. Missiles. We saw one come in today. It was going so fast. They've gotten a lot through the Iron Dome today.
Yeah, they're using hypersonics.
Yeah, hypersonic. That's what it's called. That's what I couldn't think of it. So they got a lot through the Iron Dome today. There was some misses from the Iron Dome. I saw tons of video of just missiles raining down. And I mean, I saw a map earlier. I didn't think to save it or anything, but I mean, I think Thomas Massey actually posted it, and we're pretty far. We're seriously out of Iran's reach, and I just don't. My personal stance is I wish the United States would stay out of it completely, and I certainly draw the line at American boots on the ground. But as of right now, it looks like we're going to be on Team Israel as far as our country goes for a while in these wars, and I just wonder how far Trump is willing to, how much he's willing to risk his, his support base in pursuit of this mission. You know what I mean? Because like you said, a lot of people were turning on him, and a lot of folks were just barely Trump anyways. That's kind of where you were in the first place. Although I think you do agree, you acknowledge that Trump is still a better option than Kamala, considering some of the other victories we've got out of Trump since he's been inaugurated.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, the only reason that you had even a big portion of people saying they would vote for Kamala wasn't because they thought she'd be a better candidate, but because they were in the framing of accelerationism, right? Which is, why don't we just put the worst person in there possible, bring America down quicker, and then we'll just rebuild out of the ashes, because it looks like it's going nowhere as it is. And there's so many working pieces to this. And to be even more, I was being maybe a little bit hyperbolic, but not really. The emotion's still kind of there. Now, I wouldn't be the first person. I wouldn't raise a bill of impeachment, but if a bill was in front of me that, to vote on, would you impeach Trump for this? I would say yes. And I would say you have knowingly drawn America into a war with a foreign country for not American interests, for a foreign country's interest. And on that, I would charge you with treason. You have betrayed this nation and its people and its interest at the betterment of another foreign country's interest. Now, whether that would fall closer to sedition for the destruction of the inside of the country or the degradation of such, or whether that would classify more outright as just basic treason, I don't know. Let the court decide.
Like already, or if the U.S. actually engages in the war, because right now all we've done is defend Israel.
So I mean, we already have conflicting reports about this, right? So Trump knew about the strikes beforehand.
Yeah.
You have Israel media, right? I don't know if it's Channel 14 or Channel 13, is bragging about the fact that the negotiations with Iran were done so in an attempt to lull them and get them to relax their defenses, because Trump knew Israel was only going to move forward with the strike.
Right. Because I mean, he gave them 60 days to negotiate, and they didn't negotiate within those 60 days, which day 61 was the day that Iran or Israel actually launched the attack.
Right. But again, this framing here of giving them an ultimatum of 60 days is in the interest of Israel.
Mhm.
Right? It's not in the interest of the United States. And again, you knowing about the fact that the attacks were going to happen. Okay, the whole reason we don't want this to happen is because of World War III and what's going to be coming about the downstream consequences of World War III. Because Iran is a BRICS aligned country. You have China, you have Russia. If you have, and we talked about this earlier, even before this, right? You go out of the way, take the names, remove the names, okay? Remove everything. It's not Iran or Israel, it's country X, it's country Y. Knowing about the attacks, you choose to do nothing. Why would you choose to do nothing? If you know downstream of that is going to be that they're going to ask you for our aid because they cannot defend themselves without an abundance of our military intelligence and finances and men. I mean, what are we talking about here? And then an hour after they strike, you go, okay, we're going to go ahead. We're going to commit our defense to Israel. So you know it's going to
Well, we
happen.
kind of had to. We kind of had to.
We
at
didn't
that
have
point.
to do anything at all. That's the point. This whole thing of like we have to defend Israel is the lie. The Iran has nukes is the lie. Tulsi Gabbard testified March 25th, 2025, 2 months ago, that the intelligence community continues to assess and establish the fact that Iran has not touched their nuclear program since 2003.
Right. Well, like, so you're saying he either has to come out and just straight up condemn Israel right now and pull the plug, or not.
I could have accepted the
because
fact
they didn't leave him a choice. Israel's going to do what they were going to do, and
Right.
Trump was able to talk him into giving them 60 days. That's the only reason why they gave him the 60 days in the first place.
But the point being, though, is you're going to defend Israel, right? I could have accepted
But they're an
that
ally.
he'd known the strikes were going to happen, and then he goes, "You choose to do it, man. Do it. You're not bringing us into it." But that's not what happened. He knew the strikes were going to happen, and the moment they bombed him, went out and talked to Fox News, I think it was Brett Baer, and said, "We're committed to the defense of Israel."
Right. Some of that might have been posturing, though. I mean, up until the fact that Israel launched, I think the U.S. pulling our ambassadors out of all these different areas and all that stuff was giving Iran last minute warning, like, look, you're running out of time. So it was like day 58 of the agreement. We started pulling our people out saying, look, dude, we're not fucking around. You know what I mean? So like you gave them the opportunity. We kind of played the bluff. And they didn't bend. And then there's this report. I don't know how factual it is. Pretty much everything out of there is in favor of, news wise, is in favor of whoever side is releasing it. You know what I mean? If it's out of Israel, it's Israeli, pro-Israel. We know no, third party independent journalists are allowed anywhere near the region. So we kind of have to take everything with a grain of salt. But, there's word that there was an underground nuclear test just a couple days before the end of this too. So if we take everything at face value, which we shouldn't, I mean, it's just weird because, they're going to act, and Donald Trump can come out and condemn their actions, but then we're condemning our number one ally in a vital time where, we got this front in Ukraine. We got this potential front anywhere that China chooses, say Taiwan. And like we talked about the other day, really realistically, Russia could come in and back their, they could just crush Ukraine if they wanted to, and then just switch forces or switch fronts or whatever. So, I mean, I don't think that we should be supporting Iran or Israel in this, but I don't think Israel gave Trump much of a choice. And then it's either on Trump to back away from our number one ally or continue to show support, especially considering we have a lot of money invested in the region. So it's kind of a hard place to put him in.
Well, explain to me then why you think denuclearizing Israel is not on the table.
What do you mean, like for who? Not on the table for who?
There were two major claims that Iran wanted in negotiations.
Mm-hmm.
One of them being that they have the nuclear capabilities on the same level that Israel does, or 2, Israel's brought down to their level. They just wanted to be equal. So explain then why you think what's not on the table. Why is the option of Israel being denuclearized not on the table?
Well, it's the same concept of the United States isn't going to be denuclearized. They never give anything up once you get it.
So then why do you think that we have any kind of moral say over another country? I mean, what weight do you think that has outside of we'll kill you? I mean, that makes us no more savage than they are.
Well, I mean, they're basically led by a radicalized religious, caliphate.
So is Israel.
And well, one of them has a kill everyone, not our religion, essentially is glorified. You know what I'm saying? It is a part of their religion. The other doesn't.
Mean, just because one's more vocal about it doesn't change the fact that the other one still does it too and carries it out with blackmail operations and extortion schemes. I mean, both are bad. Both are incompatible with the West. So that's why I'm saying.
Well, see, don't put me in a position where I have to defend Israel and say that they're right. I'm saying, as far as the United States is concerned, because look, I don't want to sit here and defend Israel's actions. I think that this excuse of hiding behind October 7th is run its course. You know what I'm saying?
But that's my point.
Plus, the fight with Hamas is not the fight with Hezbollah, and Hezbollah is the one that's being funded with Iran. Israel is essentially, fighting, terroristic kind of tactics we've seen with the pagers and things like that. So I don't want to sit here and defend Israel, but what I'm saying is Trump didn't really have much of a choice. And then once you're put in this position, it's either back Israel or not.
And this is the point of most people, which you're saying the president in chief, the most powerful person in the world, didn't have a choice. Well, depending on what Israel chose to do, he was getting wagged by Israel. Is essentially what you're saying.
I mean, kind of. Kind of.
But you see how insane that is, right? Like that's what most people are like irritated by and have been saying for a long time, but they get called out as haters or anti-Semitic. And I think that's the big and driving force here, which is if I was to assume that you're the president of the United States, you at any point can go, you know what? Like, we don't care what you want, Israel. The best thing for America is that we just make sure that we can do whatever it takes to get peace in the Middle East. And that even means making you compromise and putting you in the negative.
Right. But what if part of the United States intelligence is agreeing with Israel in that they are close to a nuke? And like Donald Trump said, they cannot have a nuke. Iran with a nuke is incompatible with peaceful Western civilization. And so, like, you have to factor that in. Like, what if our intelligence is out here supporting the fact that, look, if we're just gonna have to defend Israel in this and let them
trust the FBI and the CIA.
I mean, that's not really our intelligence on the ground. It's military intelligence. But what I'm saying is the cost, the dollars. If we as United States citizens can benefit from Iran not being nuclearized, because what good does it serve us? What good does it serve us to have Iran being, in control of a nuclear bomb whenever they have freaking high ballistic missiles that we just seen them launching over, Mach 3, Mach 4? It serves the United States and no positive at all. But all we have to do is honor our allegiance to Israel in defending them and let them bear the cost and let them send the missiles and let them, frankly, spend the lives. I mean, it's kind of a win-win for the United States because you're weakening one of your main enemies without sending in much. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, I don't know.
That's not what's happening.
We don't know that. I mean, it is. They took out pretty much every bit of leadership in Iran already.
And 30 minutes before the show started, Israel has officially asked the U.S. to enter into the war with them.
Well, yeah, but did we answer?
Do you think
it's different?
No.
I don't know. I mean, when was the last time we officially entered any war? So I don't know. It's hard to say.
That's why Dane McKnight's on the show, man.
Right. There's
already 40,000 American troops in the Middle East being moved right now. There's already been footage of U.S. airplanes flying around. I think it was Haifa. I can't even say it right because they're trying to make sure they can figure out what's going wrong with the one portion of the Iron Dome. American military is already in Israel.
Well, yeah, of course, the American military is in Israel. We're stationed in Israel.
But I'm saying they've been moving other forces from other regions, right? Like the Yemeni bases and otherwise been moving them around. And
To
obviously with the
Israel, not
American connections
Iran.
too. Right. But again, putting American men in the way because Israel's being bombed right now. And I
Yeah, I
mean, like
mean,
this,
I agree with
that's
that. I
like
mean,
this just
Scott
goes without
Jennings put
saying.
himself there. It was really weird. He showed a selfie yesterday of a missile coming straight overhead. I'm like, what the hell are these people voluntarily doing going there? But
Right. Yeah,
they
I thought
certainly
that was
do.
but I mean, you go back to the intelligence thing that you brought up, right? I mean, you're having to ask me something that they've been pushing since I believe 1992, if not before then, right? This has been a running theme,
Right. I'm not trying to
say the
fall for
line,
weapons of mass destruction again. That's for sure.
right? And then, so even go to a recent example, right? We have Tulsi Gabbard in March of this year, or the person we put in charge who got in the cabinet and the administration for Trump for intelligence said 2 months ago that they haven't even touched the program since 2003. So it's like, what am I supposed to trust? Right. So to me, it's like that's like a non sequitur. It's like we really can't trust that either way. So just throw it all the way out. Like you can't trust intelligence either which way.
Yeah.
So
Jay
if you're
says
asking me,
Israel
can you
made it
solve
clear
that?
that they don't care about permission. They just assume we'll back them. Yeah, I think that's exactly what they do. And BB's thrown his weight around quite a bit. And let's be honest too. He just met with Tim Pool. There's a huge propaganda. There's a huge propaganda. What is it? Mission? I don't know. Goal going on within the United States to win Americans over in support of Israel. Israel needs Americans, not just our government, but Americans to support them. And they're rapidly losing the support. Everybody's getting fatigued. And so that's why he came over, BB came over, met with Tim Pool, met with all these, big influencers because they're like, hey, look.
Right.
And I've noticed it since then. Tim Pool's been more outwardly pro-Trump. He will point out something pro-Trump anytime somebody, or a lot of times when people are trying to diss him. And he's not necessarily been pro-Israel, but you know how he is. He protects, kind of the YouTube side of thing. But he's even gone another step further. And you just see it a little bit. You got to watch him closely. And you got to watch, and he just doesn't blatantly come out and say it. But I've noticed an adjustment. And it's unfortunate. But, who knows what was said? Maybe some information was said that it's like, convinced him that, okay, yeah, this is the better path to take. I don't know. But one of the biggest observations and why I said all that is that BB came out and was talking to, this is his message to the Iranian people, right? The people of Iran, not their leadership. And he was saying, we side with you. It's your leadership that we're against, blah, blah, blah. But he's saying it in English. And my problem is, if you're speaking to the people of Iran, they don't speak English. You would speak their freaking language if you're really trying to speak to a particular people. Now, who is he speaking to? He's speaking to the American people. That's what he's saying. When he says all this bullshit to the Iranian people, he's saying it to the United States citizens because, like I said, he needs us to support them. Otherwise, if we stop supporting, which a lot of people are falling off the support, especially with this escalation and this mentality, like what Jay said. They're going to do whatever they want with or without permission, and assume that we're going to back them up. That's going to run out their favor a lot faster. So if they, the best path forward for Israel from this perspective would be to wrap this thing up in Iran ASAP. And declare victory ASAP and have legit victory. And it seems like they've pretty much dismantled. They killed the scientists, they killed the facilities, they blew up the facilities, they've taken out a lot of the leadership. And in my opinion, it wouldn't surprise me if Israel had been tracking the Iranian leadership for years. Every movement that they make, they know exactly where they were, whether it be tracking them with satellite imagery or boots on the ground, combined, those things, drones, whatever they could do, air reconnaissance. And so it's just a matter of them pressing the button to target these folks. And I think the leaders of Iran have realized that. I think they're on the run now. And getting the last few, however many there are, might drag out a little while longer. But I don't know. I mean, maybe Iran's going to sit there and just keep going and launch everything they have, and it ends up in a freaking nuclear wasteland over there. I hope not. But I do know that Iran or Israel basically has like some what is it called?
Samson option.
The Samson option. Yeah, where it's basically just push the button and get everybody right. I've only just vaguely heard about it, but I don't know. I mean,
I think it begs the question, and I'll tie this even to the documentary that I did. Why do you think that they are so extremely concerned about the long-term pro-Israel sentiment in the country?
wait, say that again. I'm sorry.
So why do you think they are placing such a high emphasis on maintaining high pro-Israel support in the long term for the country, for American citizens? Like,
Because
why do
they
you
can't
think
do
that
anything without the United States.
Exactly, and therein lies the problem, right? And Project Esther is, and part of the initiative with Project Esther is to co-opt any kind of Middle Eastern education and ensure that it is largely, if it doesn't have one, it will have a pro-Israel sentiment installed inside of it. And that's to, again, as people grow up through America, they are pro-Israel, or at least have been around those kind of sentiments. And so that's what they kind of will understand. But it's exactly to your point, because the lie that Israel could do these things on their own without the US isn't true. They need us. Like the only reason that they are even feel halfway enabled to be able to strike Iran is because they know we will come at their beck and call when they need military support and financing.
Right.
If they were to ever lose that, they then lose their ability to saber rattle to such a degree which they do.
Right.
Which
And
again, in
unfortunately,
turn, would help the Middle East if Israel shut the hell up. So if America, quit funding them so much, they would probably be, a lot less like that yipping dog, the Chihuahua you can't stand. And that would be better in America's interest, right? Less wars in the Middle East would be for America's interest. And I think that's like my base foundation of it, which is
right. That's why
if
we
the whole
champion
goal,
the Abraham Accords and things like that.
and if the whole goal is like to not go to World War III, it's what do we do for peace? And I think if one of those reasons, I mean, you would look for any reason, right? Especially if you're tasked with how do I protect American citizens, I would do anything, right? Whatever it takes on the negotiation table. Everything's on there. I mean, obviously don't, cut your nose to despite your face in terms of like giving up things out of America. But if you're like
and
the
trade Brittany
moderator,
Griner for the Angel of Death or Merchant of Death or whatever,
yeah,
but
which was wild. But we're the moderator for another country, right? For two other countries. And it's because like we are deemed as the world power. Like we're the guys who step in, we're dad. And if you're dad, nobody can tell you what to do. You're dad. So act like it, swing your weight around like that. And that's why I would have appreciated, at least at the very minimum, even if you weren't going to say, no, we're not going to tell Israel they can or cannot strike, at least pair that on the opposite end, which is, okay, you made your bed, now lay in it. Don't expect us to come with missiles and bombs and sending you troops because you did this. Now you can't handle the heat. That's too far for me. And this is basically what Steve Bannon was arguing too, right? Which is like what are we doing? And he was even saying the point like MAGA was born out of the forever wars too. That's largely what Trump ran off of in 2016. And like to completely kind of betray that like base value of what even made MAGA, it's like, I mean, like, what are we doing here? And I have a really bad feeling we're going to get a lot worse like later down the line.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, I feel like a lot of this crap between Hamas and Israel happened under Biden, right? And Biden supported Israel, but kind of and kind of not, it feels like. Like just as much as he had to, right? Like he just kind of fulfilled the obligation, maybe. I don't know. But regardless of the support or lack of support or whatever, the position that Israel got to wasn't necessarily under Trump's leadership. So Trump he just kind of had to come in the middle of this. Same thing with Ukraine. And so he has to make the best out of the situation. And, when you come in as a mediator 2 years into an aggressive, war, you're not just going to get everybody to chill out right away. And I think we learned that also with the Ukraine stuff when he's like, day one, I'll have the peace worked out. And then, we see us now 5 months later, almost after he's been inaugurated, and it's still going. And Ukraine actually
Right.
as we know, just dealt that huge blow to Russia.
Well, and
And
that's the
so,
thing. We know that we're helping with U.S. intelligence and NATO intelligence with Ukraine's operations. So I would imagine similars are like occurring, especially with Israel, because we have an even tighter, and longer relationship with them than what we do out of what's been born out of Ukraine.
mhm.
And it the end thing is, unfortunately, it's just wild to see like the amount of bloodlust from people. And I think the funny thing was too, I mentioned this to you for the show as well. I think it was like Norm Cruiser had tweeted it, right? But the guy was like, I woke up in the middle of the night, went over across the street and punched my neighbor in the face. Pray for me, because he was quoting like somebody who like, Israel's under attack. Pray for them. And it was like, bro, like you hit them first. Like I'm not going to win even a self defense case if I go and punch somebody first, and then I'm like, hey guys, like please help me. And they're like, bro, you started this. Like, what do you mean? And it's just
Pray for me.
wild. And
Yeah.
you know, and I guess, I even come from a more like a Christian kind of purview too. So like I have a little bit more fervor to it in terms of like, what we really should be doing, especially like, of pro values of what we should be installing too. And it's just, again, the one thing I would point out too is just how people get super, I hate to say the word, but just like triggered by it. So for comparison for this, like similar to this, and part of the reason why I was very heavily concerned about voting for Trump, but ultimately did, going, ultimately, I turned to pro-Trump right at the very end. Soros funding. How often do you hear conservatives complain about, oh, look, this Soros funded guy's coming in here, like we know what he's going to be about, right?
Right.
And then when I sit there and say, well, isn't it weird that Miriam Adelson funded Donald Trump and gave him like $100 million? Like, shouldn't we be concerned about like what he may be predicated to? And it's like, oh wow, like what, every Jew is behind everything? It's like, bro, it's like it's a very simple case of following the money. And strike me as much as you want, but call it a coincidence if you have to. But it's clear that he's taken $100 million from this woman who is extremely pro-Israel. And we have since seen a large part of the administration be held up from doing the most practical things because of our over concern with this Middle East, because we are pro one specific country.
Mhm.
And like, you can say it's coincidence if you want to, but I think the implication is pretty obvious there to go, okay, well, if someone gave me $100 million, I would probably, try to pay them back in some way, right?
Right.
Or at
But
least
Trump
live up to like,
just screwed Elon over, so he gave him 200 million.
right. Which I think Elon still like was going to find a way to pull like 100 million of it back out, something like that. And I think he threatened to give it to Democrats. I don't know if he like, just
Hmm.
was being angry and like crashing out, or if that was real or not.
Right. But I mean, just to play devil's advocate there, I mean, just because Miriam Adelson gave him $100 million doesn't mean he's going to do anything for her when you look at how he just dealt with Elon Musk, who gave him twice as much. So I don't know. I mean, it's a valid argument that somebody gives you that much, you would definitely think you owe them as far as lobbyists goes and all that type of stuff. But I don't know. I mean, who else in this on the planet really would be? Because I'm just curious. I'm thinking through this. Who would be the closest ally to the United States if not Israel?
Probably.
Like, would it just be like NATO in general, or would it be like Britain? Or
I mean, there's like a bunch of different things you could think of like what makes an ally, right? There's probably a top economic ally. There's probably a top military ally. There's probably like, there's probably different categories. I don't know who would be number one overall. I mean, you could say Japan based on like location and like first world, just because, it's across the country. But it's also, economically like can live up to things. I see how saying Australia,
yeah,
I don't know. I guess, I mean, maybe, I don't know. Australia's been wild the last like 5 or 6 years. I don't know. I mean, I guess I
right.
would have
And their
said like,
media is
10 years
captured,
ago.
that's for sure. But the people aren't.
Yeah, I mean, in 10 years
Yet.
ago, I probably would have said practically like Canada, just because of location, like,
True.
and in terms of like our closeness and culture, like they would probably be like, I mean, like, technically like our closest ally.
Right.
But I don't know. That's something I'd have to think about in terms of like economics.
But yeah,
And, like,
Canada is probably more endangered to either the crown or China at this point.
right.
Mexico certainly not. And what do they have to offer unless they're going to send their cartels into battle? As far as military strength, that's where their fighting strength comes from. I feel like is in their cartels and the power that they wield. So yeah, my thought was Israel might be our strongest ally. So we just have to like weigh like all of these factors. You know what I mean? Because you don't want to be left on an island. That's for sure. If you're on an island, I mean, I don't know. Maybe the United States is the only country in world history that can maybe stand on the island, but not if everybody's against you. That's the thing. I mean, so we just have to kind of be careful. I just don't like the like just personally, I just don't like the the continuation, the push forward for a new war. It's like, Israel should be aware that I mean, they are aware. They're deeply embedded in the United States in the interest of the political ongoings and everything like that. So they know that Trump's voting base is anti-war, especially new wars, and that we wanted to resolve, Ukraine ASAP and everything like that, and get back to peace through strength and peace through prosperity. So
you could probably put France on that list as well.
Yeah, Israel showing their ass is definitely bad, and they get to hide behind the October 7th. And I see TNT decided to dip out because he just didn't want to hear it. But I mean, look, Israel's at war right now with Iran, and so we got to talk about it and factor in everything. It's there's Israel derangement syndrome, there's Trump derangement syndrome, there's all these forces that factor. At the same time, we have no King's Day protests going on across the United States. In the wake of the anti-ICE protests / riots. It's been a crazy week. And then even on top of that, we have the Minnesota, was she a senator, representative, or the rep from Minnesota got assassinated last night, her and her husband, or was it this morning? And another rep and their spouse was also shot, and it looks like they're both going to survive. But we got some crazy stuff that's going on in the last couple of days. So escalations are high around the world, and so we've said in the past, I've said in the past, it's time for United States to wrap up and start. My wife hates when I say this phrase, but licking our wounds, trying to heal up and not causing more damage to ourselves. And that's why I'm definitely against, anything hot, especially boots on the ground in Iran. And like I said, I hope that Israel can just wrap up and get whatever their goal is quickly and be done with it. But I don't know.
Well, and that's part of the reason, like, why it's irritating, because you have all this going on, but at the same time, like, I'm looking at a thing that's like slipped in the news, which is we're like pausing deportations on all illegals that work at farms, restaurants, and most of them are hotels. And it's like, why? Like, what? We would just like stop deportations all of a sudden? And then I read a little bit deeper into it, and apparently, like, there was somebody like in his cabinet who's like pro like big ag. It might even been Jeff Younger who reported it. And it turns out that like she was like pleading over like economic kind of reasons of like, you're going to hurt farming too bad if you do this. And we just pause deportations. And it's like, where do you expect most of them to be? Right. I get construction sites, but the majority of the illegals are going to be probably working at farms, working at restaurants, food trucks, and probably some small kind of retail positions like the hotel job would be. And I'm like, so you're telling me like 3 of like 5 major places you can find immigrants were just stopping? And that's why I think it's frustrating, because then this Middle East crap takes over the news narrative, and everyone kind of forgets what's going on here in America, because everyone's like, look over here, look at this country over there. Right. And I think Owen Shore did a great job opening up with the InfoWars segment he did today by just basically reading, original takes from the founding fathers. No foreign entanglements, right? So even the founding fathers would have came over here and said, what the fuck are you guys doing with Israel?
Right.
It's like no foreign entanglements. It is a blatant conflict of interest the moment that you entertain.
Yeah, I'm glad you said that, because I wanted to actually read that quote from George. It was George Washington that quoted that, by the way.
Yeah, right.
That was a George Washington quote. No foreign, avoid foreign entanglements.
Right.
It was his words to future leaders, I think, on his
It was his farewell letter. Yeah.
Yeah.
When he stepped down.
Yeah, America first. That's the best argument I can make, JB. And that's that's the mentality that I try to come from. Of course, the name of the channel and everything, but that's just truly where I try to come from. And it's just like, what's best for Americans? And it's hard to say if it's best for Americans for us to just save the money and peace out on this thing and risk losing Israel. I don't know. Like
Right.
the whole thing, like I don't know how valuable they really are. All I know is I don't want to be on an island without any allies. I don't want to have this reputation as a country that we roast our allies or that we don't support our allies. So all I really can say is I want as little American dollars spent on this. I don't support funding the offensive attacks. And, if we get to the point where they can't replenish the Iron Dome fast enough, I think that will be on them, not on us, as far as obligation and stuff like that. You know what I mean? But spending less money and certainly not an American soul on the ground. I mean, just straight
Right.
up.
Oh yeah, easy. And I agree, right, with Steve. I did think if folks, knew more about the, the nuclear development of Israel, people would probably have a wider eye to the entire situation going on. But again, um, oddly enough, not many people even know that or its relation to JFK. But speaking of the America First thing, did you see the Truth Social that Donald Trump put out about America First? It wasn't a Truth Social. It wasn't a truth. It was a quote.
I
Because
feel like I did, but you have to refresh my memory.
so I put it in it's number 3 under breaking. But basically, Donald Trump said that he is the person who coined the term America First. And because of that, he gets to decide what America First actually means. And I think it was in direct response to the criticism he's getting about his comments as it pertains to entertaining the defense of Israel. I was kind of in a little bit of shock, just because, I think anyone who has a longer than a 20-year history of American politics knows that Donald Trump is by far one of the last people to have coined the term America First. But it's just, that screenshot there, and it's provided Eric Daughtry. I think Eric Daughtry's out of West Virginia or Virginia, one of the two. I could be wrong. Maryland on the East Coast.
Maryland turned Floridian, it says.
Oh, interesting. So he must have recently moved.
Yeah. But it said, he posted here just in, President Trump says today that you can't have peace if Iran is allowed to have a nuclear weapon. Quote, I'm the one that developed America First. I'm the one who decides what that term means, which is arrogantly stupid. Let's just be honest. But here's the full quote. He said, when I caught Donald Trump by phone this morning, the president wanted to make one thing clear. America First means whatever he says it does. Means whatever he says it does. Sorry. Well, considering that I'm the one that developed America First, considering that the term wasn't used until I came along, I think I'm the one that decides that. Trump told me, quote, for those people who say they want peace, you can't have peace if Iran has a nuclear weapon. So for all those wonderful people who don't want to do anything about Iran having a nuclear weapon, that's not peace. I don't know. I mean, I feel like if Iran wanted a nuclear weapon that bad, they could probably just get one from Russia. Right? Aren't they all allies?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
The issue would be the moment that Russia begins mobilizing a nuke outside of the bounds of its country. They would get stopped. I mean, people have their eyes on that kind of stuff, right? The United States would know the moment a Russian nuke moved 2 inches across the warehouse floor. So I don't, there's probably no way that, these foreign countries can, arm other countries with nukes without other countries stepping in and saying, you're not pushing a nuke across our borders.
Posimo says America First was coined by people against joining World War II. Yeah. I guess he can say he developed it. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe he developed it back then. Was he born back then? Was it go back 70 years? No, he wasn't. Maybe he was born, but
Right?
he was 2 when he coined
in
it.
Pat Buchanan, right? Face of paleoconservatism. This is the stuff that, people like Andrew Wilson basically predicate their entire, not entire, but at least their political moral nexus from, right? Which is like how they think legislation should be made and pursued, largely from Buchanan, which I believe he did run. When was his last run? Like 2004 or 2000. I don't even think it
Not
was
sure.
2008. It might even been before then, but he did make 2 or 3 runs at president on the Republican ticket, just never, made it that far. But all those ideas, that was back when the neocons were way stronger in force than they are now.
Interesting. I don't know much about him, to be honest with you. Probably should learn more.
He's got a great book. What is his book, man? I think it might just be called Paleoconservatism. I picked up a copy not too long ago online.
Sorry, I was looking at that real quick.
It's The Death of the West. The Death of the West and Where the Right Went Wrong.
Oh, okay.
Those are two good books. But I think he even speaks on it a little bit, not as much as George Rockwell does. But a lot of what he speaks to is like how the right's messaging is so poor to like the younger generations, which is why we see this trend where like the left is literally like just, you see it time and time again, right? Where it's like all of the youth in the left are predominantly like left wing, like 70%. And even so, when they have conservative parents, you end up getting like 3 or 4 years down the line, they're in high school away from their parents and boom, indoctrinated by the left. And it's because the left ideas speak more to like the younger, more emotional kind of mind frames, if you will. And also like speaks more to women too, right? Who are more, inclined to go along with an emotional argument. They'll feel bad or empathize, with whatever's being said based on an emotional kind of argument there.
Gotcha. House says, if you read the Discord, you know more about him. I try to read everything, but sometimes I click on the Telegram links and stuff like that and try to read through when you post, but I didn't see the Pat Buchanan one. Or if I did, I must have seen it like when I was busy one day and didn't go back to it. Because it rings a bell, like the name rings a bell. I just don't know much about the dude.
Oh shoot. Hold on.
By the way, make sure everybody hits that like button if you haven't. Double check that you're subscribed, all the good stuff. Oh, okay. Let me see here. Sacred Serbian Solution says, who is the Federal Reserve owned by and ran by? I don't know.
Yeah. Right. That's the thing. Nobody knows, right?
Not the United States government. I know that.
I have one of the PDFs actually literally saved directly to my desktop. I'll send it to you actually.
Okay. Yeah, you can send that to me directly.
But yeah, this is
I'm pretty sure when you say guess who, I can guess. I know the answer.
Sacred Serbian Solutions. What a name too, in all caps, by the way, as well. It's funny.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, you can probably just use the Discord search feature too, and be able to find it in the Discord as well.
Oh yeah, I always forget there's a search in the Discord. Would it be in the community chat, or sometimes there's a lot in the community chat? Like I won't check it for like a day.
No, it's the tinfoil hat thread or channel, whatever they call it.
Oh, okay. I haven't clicked that one for a while. Usually I keep the other ones cleared out. I don't keep that one cleared out, I guess.
Yeah, that one. And then I think if you have used that search feature on the right-hand side, you'll pull it up.
Okay, cool.
I would probably type Pat or something simple. That way you can find everything.
Yeah, I'll do that. And by the way, we got a Discord if you guys are interested in joining. That link is down in the description. Whoever unsubscribed, make sure you hit that subscribe button.
That's funny.
What do I mean by government? I don't know. I don't know what I said, or maybe Atlas said it.
But I think we kind of hit all of the major things, really bringing up to speed where we are. I mean, I guess
Right.
major in terms of like the most recent kind of things. Um, I guess the most recent of anything is the fact that Iran did strike Israel again. I mean, like literally shortly before um, we went live. That's what you would reference, the hypersonic missile. Um,
Hmm.
and then we did get the kind of crazy videos that came out, I believe, last night.
Oh, it looks like Israel's hitting back right now, actually.
Interesting. I assumed they would be responding.
Hmm.
Um,
Got this one right here. This is 1 minute ago. Footage of incoming missiles seen from North Israel. I don't know if this was the post was a minute ago. This guy has been posting like every 2 minutes, so
interesting.
but you got a good view of nice little set of falling stars as we watch the night sky.
Well, yeah, that's right. Did you see the picture in space of the U.S. THAAD system where we
Mm-mm.
intercepted an Iranian missile?
Mm-mm.
Yeah, so I think THAAD spelled with two D's, THADD. I forget what it stands for. It's like an acronym. Maybe it's just one D.
This was an Iranian ballistic missiles heading towards Israel. So I mean, they're just sending them back and forth. It's crazy. Second wave right now, 9 minutes ago. Yep.
Oh, it's two A's. Dude, I'm retarded. Yeah, it's this crazy looking. It looks like a major, like something happening in space. Let me I'm gonna put it in breaking. Under
Okay.
Cassandra's response there.
Disclose TV.
Yep.
Wow, that's amazing.
Yeah, so there was that one from THAAD, and then
THAAD intercepted an Iranian ballistic missile beyond Earth's atmosphere.
yeah.
Dang, so that's it. That looks like a SpaceX eruption when it's up there by the dome.
Right. It's trippy looking.
That's what happens when you run a missile into the dome a little bit too high.
Well, and I did have Steve Bannon's rant in here. It's like an 8-minute video. And I think he's more than likely probably spot on with where you're at too, if you wanted to give a listen to that. Because Steve Bannon gives a pretty
Sure.
strong kind of disavow of everything that's gone on. I don't think this one is the one that features Jack Posobiec, but he does go in pretty hard over like 10 different things.
Okay. By the way, I do have the Trump parade up over here, waiting for Trump to go live and speak. I didn't haven't been watching since we started the show, so I don't think he spoke. But it's just oh, they just walked the dogs by. Look at this.
That's what the flamethrower dog.
Those things are crazy. Sitting there just walking through the parade. This dude's operating it. I guess this guy over here, he's got a remote. He probably got another dog too. Yup. It's got a flag on it.
It's wild.
Send them in, man. No boots on the ground. All right. If you want to fight a war of Cyberdan, then I guess we can do it. Right. Skynet.
The crazy thing is I saw that I believe this is in DC, that there was a bunch of veterans that gathered to counter protest the parade.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Interesting.
they're all wearing their old fatigues.
Oh, wow. I thought the dudes in the old fatigues were just or maybe there's some other guys. They're like wearing like the old like World War II fatigues or something like that for the parade.
Interesting. No, I didn't see that.
They haven't been effective because there's more than 5 countries shooting them down for them. Yeah, you're right about that. Sacred Serbian Solutions. I heard NATO is involved in the defense of Israel too. It's not just the United States and Israel that's shooting stuff down. You have proof of space? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why I said it hit the dome.
Right. At the very tippy top of the firmament, they intercepted a missile.
I don't know if they made the dog to protect me. It just kind of depends on whose hands they're in whenever they're being operated. But
Yeah, I'm not too excited about the dogs. I actually used to the city I used to live in. It was the scariest thing. I went back to the campus that I actually was at when I went to college, and it
who
is
runs
flooded.
Bartertown?
Well, it's flooded with them delivery little things. So I was like in the
Oh,
campus area, picking up food because I went to this area I'd not been in for Lord knows how long, and I could barely walk down the street. All you hear is "wee," like the little electric motors, because all these little tiny like delivery
I've never
bots.
seen them.
You never seen them, dude. There's like 40 on one sidewalk, on like maybe like a half-mile sidewalk. I was in disbelief, but it was all of these college kids ordering delivery food, and I was by where all the dorms were at, and it's all these delivery bots, like, and they all have like features to like not hit each other, and so it's
Oh,
hilarious because when they're like they're packing up by the door, they have like
mhm.
those little quips in them where they're like, "Oh hey, sorry, didn't see you there." It's like
So
they're all
they're all
talking to each
talking
other,
to each
dude.
other.
Yeah, so like, "Hey, sorry," you hear like 40 of them, like, "Oh, sorry, sorry, hey, didn't see you there," and it's just like as you're walking, you just hear all these robot voices, dude. It's crazy.
You're
People are
right.
so lazy though, because all the restaurants they're ordering from are like down the street on the strip. It's like they just walk.
Hmm. Yeah. Um, who's at the top of the pyramid for NATO? I don't know. I, I think the United States should cut NATO off and ally with Russia, to be honest with you, but that conversation is for another day.
Brick Squad, dude.
Hmm.
Literally Brick Squad.
Hmm. I think that would do a lot more for furthering the United States goals, that's for sure.
Yeah.
All right. Where are we at here? Oh, yeah, we're going to play this Bannon thing. All right, yeah, let's play this. I'm curious now.
Yeah, let it rip.
Okay, this excuse
No echo. You can hear it okay?
Yeah, sounds good to me.
Okay.
that we got the embassy. I'm the one that pushed to have the embassy move to Jerusalem, right? Which I still believe, and I believe in Israel as an ally. However, if you're going to go, if we have a plan, and that is to negotiate and try to, and I understand about the date and everything like that, but if you have a full plan that you're going to go alone, just like the Ukrainians, if you're going to go alone, then guess what? When it gets hot, you got to have a plan to take it. I don't want to hear, oh, we got American troops in Iraq. Why we got American troops in Iraq? Because Fox News and all of them and Bush lied to us. Lied. This was not a. This was not a. It wasn't a failure of intelligence, or we made some bad calculations. It was bald-faced lies.
Okay, so I heard him say that part earlier, and I'm curious. Do you say bold-faced lie or bald-faced lie? Let me know in chat as well, because I've always said bold-faced lie, but he just said bald-faced lie, and I've never heard that.
I think the original is bald face, because I think that used to be a term for like something's out in the open. It's bald faced.
Okay.
Sometimes you're like, it's like not that they're like, doing it boldly, but more so that they're lying, but the truth is obvious.
Right. Okay.
Yep.
So yeah, just me says bold. Tix Bomber says it's bold. That's the way I've always heard it, is bold-faced lie. Like you're gonna sit there and look confidently and lie to me in my face, like you know what the hell you're talking about.
I'm about to look it up. Looks like it's it's the top Google suggestion. That's hilarious.
Oh, that's funny. I'm sure you're right. It's bald face. But...
Hey, I want everyone to Google it right now and tell me what AI tells you.
Do they blame the Jews?
Yeah. Yes. No. It does say the correct phrase. It's bald-faced lie.
It's actually bald-faced lie. Well,
bald face. Yeah.
I'm not
originally meant with a bare face.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah. I don't know. Bold face. I mean, people get it, right? It's like close enough, dude. I get what you're saying.
Right. Just whenever I heard it said, I'm like, yeah, I gotta ask.
Right.
All right, here we go. We're gonna continue.
Let's talk like adults today. Let's have an adult conversation. Bald-faced lies. Go over to section 60 at Arlington National Cemetery and tell them about Yellow Cab.
Jay, when you spell it out, bald face.
Yeah. We were all wrong. It's actually got another L and an E and a D. That's funny.
Oh, it's a teabag lie. I got it. Okay.
Yeah.
Now it's clear.
Okay, can tell about all the lies and spin of the neocons. Isn't this movement in reaction to that war? Isn't it in reaction to the financial collapse brought on by the Bush administration? Yes, 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 yes. I know the Democrats ton to do with it, and the Wall Street guys, they were all guilty. That's where this movement came from. Stop the forever wars because your sons and daughters are fighting them, just like your sons and daughters are going to be fighting this one. So if we're going to do it this time, let's have an adult conversation. Do not come here and say, oh, we got to protect America, and then get them out. Get them out of Iraq, get them out of the embassy. That's not a call for us to get engaged in a shooting war, and that's what we're engaged in a couple hours into this. You either got it. If you're going to go alone, you can take care of your deal or not. You don't need us. Decide to go alone. Decide to reject it. No, we don't need you. We're going to go it alone. And the go it alone lasts about 6 hours. Not only do they want defense, they want us to go on offense. Don't believe me. Tucker Carlson's got a tweet up. I will not repeat the names on this show at this time. I have not verified that. But Tucker Carlson's on fire right now, calling out names, naming names.
I'll read them out. Sean Hannity, Mark Levin, Rupert Murdoch, Ike Perlmutter, and Miriam Adelson. Here, I'll read the full quote here from Tucker Carlson, since Steve Bannon's not. The real divide isn't between people who support Israel and people who support Iran. Let me start that over. The real divide isn't between people who support Israel and people who support Iran or the Palestinians. The real divide is between those who casually encourage violence and those who seek to prevent it. Between warmongers and peacemakers. Who are the warmongers? They would include anyone who's calling Donald Trump today to demand airstrikes and other direct U.S. military involvement in a war with Iran. On that list, Hannity, Levin, Rupert Murdoch, Perlmutter, and Adelson. At some point, they will all have to answer for this, but you should know their names now. So that's interesting to see Sean Hannity on there, but I'm not surprised at Mark Levin. Dude has been you
off as a rocker, dude. He
Yeah.
put out a post earlier today about
him and Ben Shapiro about ready to make out.
Yeah, I mean, well, he put out this it was about anti-isolationism and largely just like, getting back up from like Konstantin Kaizen and a few others from like trigonometry. And they're all going in and they're like, what are they doing? What was the thing that they said? Qatarlson, like they're trying to do this stupid name with Tucker, acting like he's in bed with Qatar. That's the only reason why he would, you would say, he would want peace in the Middle East. It's because you must, be with Qatar. It's this ridiculous stuff. But I mean, Levin is becoming the meme of holding blood feast, right? And it's like, once, right? And it's like number one, and it's like, it's that guy sitting here, and he was like, Lord, I would give anything to see burning flesh one more time. Tell me what I must do and I will do it. Right. It's the guy who's like, I would do anything to warmonger. And that's like what Mark Levin is. I mean, he's a disgusting human being.
Right.
And I can't really speak much to the other people there. Sean Hannity, he's been about it. He's been on Fox News, been doing this for a while. Murdoch being the guy who owns the organization. But Miriam Adelson, again, being shown up there because, again, this goes back to like the largest financial backer of Donald Trump, which is like why people raise those questions, which is like, this is someone who gave him a lot of money and is vocally open about how much she wants to go to war. So I think the obvious implication, and two, a side note, that's who bought the Dallas Mavericks from Mark Cuban. Yeah. And it's funny, the first thing they do when she buys the team is she destroys it. She treats off the Doncic, right? So like, I don't know.
Oh, that's right.
I mean, I'm here. I mean, I agree with Tucker. I mean, I think the only reason that what's his face didn't read it was because he hadn't verified it, so we didn't want to get liability by naming,
right,
a bunch of rich people's names.
Naming names, right? Yeah, I'm just reading what Tucker said. I'm not saying anything.
Right, right. Yeah, but I mean, I agree with Bannon here, especially on all like the very foundational, aspects to it.
Right, right. All right, so we'll play some more,
folks. We have 10 million just on Biden's watch in our country, illegal alien invaders. And if you don't think that's a war in the streets of LA, in Chicago, in New York, and everywhere you're going to see this weekend, and that is our number one priority, because that's how the CCP is getting us and not getting drawn into something else in the Middle East. That's a secondary, tertiary. Yes, yes, yes. Secondary or tertiary. Secondary or tertiary. Just like we said for years, Ukraine, the Russian-speaking, the Russian-speaking eastern border Ukraine is not in the vital, let me repeat that, the vital national security interest of the United States, just like taking down the nuclear weapons is very important, had to be done. President Trump said we're not going to allow him to have it. But you've got to go up the escalatory ladder and the tools you have, particularly we haven't done anything in economics. You know why? Because they were chomping at the bit to get in there and mix it up. And if you're going to do that, that's fine. Go ahead. Go. Do it. Hammer. It's audacious. It's bold. You got one of the finest militaries in the world. We've seen that against Hezbollah. We've seen that against the Muslim Brotherhood Hamas. We've seen that take down air defense. But don't set it up that we're going to get wrapped up in this thing in the first day. And now people want us going offense into bombing runs on this. And Mike Pompeo sitting there going, everybody in the Gulf region is so excited. Is that your paymasters in Qatar, Pompeo, that you took the money from? Is that your paymasters in Qatar are telling you this? Is that what they're saying? Is that you're a puppet for them now? Oh, the Gulf Emiratis. Yeah, well, I haven't seen them come out today and say, oh, this is terrific. We're so grateful that this happened. No, they let the United States get sucked in, your sons and daughters. If you're going to do it, do it. Go for it. You make your own decision. You decided we got to do it. We got to do it now. They got 15 nuclear weapons. Then go for it. But then why do we have to come in air defense? And please don't use, because we have things in Tel Aviv. Then get them the hell out of Tel Aviv.
Right.
Yeah,
right.
Amen.
So okay, so I didn't hear that justification that we got to defend Israel because we got shit there. We don't want our stuff getting blown up. So I guess that's an excuse, but
right.
The Iron Dome has to be replenished, and that's where our dollars get drained. So, and let's be real about it. These attacks that Iran sent today were way more effective than the ones they sent yesterday. I saw that they were sending them in pairs and groups, and that was confusing the Iron Dome essentially. And those missiles were going up and essentially and just missing. And so, not to say that Iran might have discovered the flaw, but they might have. I don't know. I mean, it's just inevitable that the more you send at one time, the fewer are going to get blocked.
So that's what people said when they launched the it was the what is it called? The drone, the massive drone strike. Remember when they flooded it? And it wasn't even the format of like flooding it with to one area. They were like flooding it because people believed in intelligence. They were trying to feel out the Iron Dome when they sent that initial large
months ago.
Yeah.
Months
And
ago,
maybe that's
they
exactly
were
what the
super
purpose was.
slow. They knew the missiles were coming for like 6 hours. Yeah, it seemed like it was more of a test run, almost like locate Iron Dome, like launch sites, which I believe that they move those around.
Yeah,
there's probably some fixed. There's probably some fixed ones, but I wouldn't be surprised. To your point, and sorry to interrupt you there too, but I wouldn't be surprised if you're 100% accurate in that was just some type of filling out reconnaissance type of in these kind of inept, old, not ever going to be effective against an Iron Dome missiles in there and see what we can find out.
Right. Yeah, so maybe that's what it was.
Sacred Serbian Solutions, dude. I would have a conversation with you, but you just keep asking random questions, and so it's just like I'm not here to just have a conversation with somebody that's going to ask random questions. Like you know what I mean?
I was going to say it would make more sense.
I feel like a lot of
coherent.
Right. I feel like some of the questions you're asking are rhetorical questions, and so it's like I read it, I know your answer. There's nothing really to like discuss. So I don't know, man. Read your last 5 and have a conversation. He's making noise only. You have to understand reality or you can't understand anything. What am I supposed to say to that? It's obvious.
Yeah.
Like, do you know the definition of corporation? Like, what does that have to do with this at all? Sorry, bro. I'm not trying to be mean, but I mean, just like, that's not like the type of conversation I'm trying to have right now, bro. Like,
Yeah,
if you say
fuck
something
Serbia, by the
useful,
way. Go back to your country.
yeah, if you got something useful for the topic at hand, I'm willing to talk about it. You know, add it. I'll put it on the screen. But like, you're trying to strike me to think. I get that, but that doesn't. That's then you go and ask for a conversation. Like, bro, you're invoking the thought, yes, but that's not invoking a conversation. Rhetorical questions don't need to be answered, right?
Yeah, dude, I'm so glad that you brought up rhetorical questions. I have to tear into my wife for a second.
Oh,
So like, and I'll just keep the story short, but she
Very
basically
good.
she said something that about rhetorical questions that I was like, oh, you have no idea what a rhetorical question is, do you? And so you know how kind of like the smart ass thing to do is like when somebody, it would be like the bold face or bald face, right? It'd be like nitpicking on a very minor kind of difference, and it's like, dude,
Sure.
you know what I meant, right? Like, come on, get off my ass. Well, she said something to the effect of like, you know, she said something like, uh, you know, why are they doing that thing over there? Like, you know, while we're watching the show. And I was like, well, probably because of this. And she was like, I was asking a rhetorical question. And I was like, what? I was so confused. I was like, bro, you just asked a regular question. And I was telling her, like, a rhetorical question is one that's like, you're trying to make a point. You're not trying to ask an actual question. And it was this again, you know, I'm not trying to let you dump on her, but it was hilarious.
No, it's funny.
Like now the Shepherd household knows exactly what a rhetorical question is. It was very
awesome.
funny. Yeah. I was dying laughing.
Like, that wasn't rhetorical. That was an actual question.
Right.
That's what I
Was
wanted to answer.
I gave her an example because she was arguing. She's like, no, it definitely was. And I was like, okay, let me give you an example of what you just did. And she started busting out laughing. And she was like, okay, you're right. That was not a rhetorical question.
That's good stuff.
Yeah, I was dying.
That is good stuff. That makes me laugh. So I think we kind of get what Bannon was saying. I appreciate that. He's been kind of on this anti-Elon, you know, rants lately. So at least he's moved on from that. But
dude, he wants Elon out of the country so bad.
I know. But yeah, if you don't know definition of a corporation, you don't know what controls you, what you pay taxes to. I mean, what am I supposed to say to that, dude? I mean, I got like an LLC. Like, are you talking about like the definition of a corporation? I don't know if you know the English. Like, is it? Maybe you do. I don't know if you're
racist. See, at least I wasn't being racist.
Definition of a corporation. Maybe it's lost in translation. I don't know, but like, or what do you mean by corporation? See, that's the thing, dude. Like, a corporation is a business. So I don't know what you mean.
Are we talking about Real America's Voice?
Like, are you talking about BlackRock? Or are you talking about like, I don't know, dude? Like,
you're talking about Jar Openers Incorporated?
Right. Right.
That's funny.
Yeah. So, anyways, dude, like,
that is the last woman we're going to be reading comments from in this chat. And you know, I guess really we could do a little bit on well, I guess two other main ones, right? We have the deportation riot stuff, but we also have the bigger story, right, with the assassination in Minnesota.
Yeah, let's go to the Minnesota thing here. Is that cool?
Yeah.
What did just me say? What happened?
Right to my comment. That's the last woman's comment we'd read on here.
Oh, okay. Corporation, government. See, okay. Yeah. No, we're
this guy
apples to apples.
He is typing as fast as he can to ChatGPT to translate Hindi over to English so he can have a conversation with us.
Yep. That is funny. Okay, so here we go. Let me pull this up here. Oh, that doesn't exist anymore. What are they taking?
Interesting.
So-
Which one?
The AF Post. Why would they take it down?
Because I think somebody said it earlier. There's like conflicting information of like who is the actual assassin and if the people actually died. Like I don't like I've seen attempted assassination and then I've seen assassination. So I don't know like
Well, it's
if
both.
the person actually passed.
Well,
Well, yeah, or it's both.
yeah, it's both. It's the first house that he went to. I believe it was the first house that he went to. He shot the spouse and the rep, and the second one he shot the spouse and the rep. But they I had read that they were already in and out of surgery, and were alive. But the first two were deceased. So shot 4, 2 alive, 2 deceased, 2 post surgery alive. Because I was confused. I was like, wait a minute, what?
Well, see if I can find it then.
But I got this.
feel
We'll
like-
just go ahead.
Okay, I felt like I put another one in there that might be a good opener, but that's a good one too because I had the photo there, which is literally terrifying.
Right. Yeah, this photo is terrifying. So this is what the dude. This is apparently how the dude showed up, and we'll just dig into this article here. Oh wait, I thought I had the article opened up. Anyways, the Minnesota shootings live, utterly terrifying way Halloween mask wearing suspect plotted killing, and so this is one of those feeds on Daily Mail where they kind of like add to it as the day goes along. Let me actually. I think I have a New York Post. Oh no, that was it. Yeah, here we go. I'd rather read this one. I don't like the ones where they get them caught up. I just rather read the story. So former appointee of Tim Walz sought in politically motivated assassination of lawmaker and husband as police reveal hit list of 70. So I believe Tim Walz was actually, they've discovered that him and Ilhan Omar were actually on this person's list, but not 100% because I've also seen reports that they will not be releasing this person's manifesto. And one thing's for sure, if they got a manifesto, they're a Democrat. But the former appointee of Democratic Minnesota Governor Tim Walz is being sought in connection with the assassination of a state lawmaker and the shooting of another, police sources said. Vance Luther Balter, probably saying the last name wrong, I don't know, allegedly posed
Probably
as
Bolter.
a police... What's that?
It's probably Bolter.
Bolter? Yeah, okay. But he allegedly posed as a police officer when he shot Senator John Hoffman and his wife in their Champlain home early Saturday, leaving them seriously injured before moving to former Democrat House Speaker Melissa Hortman's house. Okay, so the first house he went to, I believe the people actually survived, where he's believed to have slaughtered her and her husband, sources told the Post. So the second house he visited, he was more deadly, I guess. So the killer is still on the loose despite exchanging gunfire with officers who responded to Hortman's home and briefly cornered him inside. So it's really weird. This dude seems to have disappeared. And I actually, right before we went live, I think I heard that he had been got in a shootout, but I'm not 100%. Like, things are moving so fast today.
That's what I thought I saw. I saw footage of them pulling up on his farmhouse, like his ranch that he had.
Yeah, which this dude apparently was loaded way well off, and there's a lot of people that don't believe that he's the actual one. So that's something to take in. I'm going on a limb and saying that it's the guy that actually shot the United Healthcare CEO. This is his second victim. Second, third, fourth, and fifth victims. I'm really joking. I'm being facetious, but
Luigi got out of prison, went right back to it.
no, Luigi's not even the real one. He was the patsy. He's taking it's somebody else. We don't even know who Mystery. We don't even know who Mystery Man is. It's not Luigi. It's this guy who did this, but it's not this guy that they're telling us.
Right. Luigi's like the handsome patsy they use so women fall for it. That encourages more copycats to do it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. So he left behind a manifesto, symbol that you're a deranged Democrat. And as far as I'm concerned, who's got time to write a fucking manifesto? Anyways, listing the names of 70 politicians, including Walls and Lieutenant Governor Peggy Flanagan.
That's such a what an unfortunate name. Just Peggy, dude. Like, imagine you're a girl named Peggy, dude. I'm so sorry.
And a stack of papers stating "No Kings" in reference to the nationwide anti-Trump protests, according to police. The apparent hit list include abortion providers, clinics, Planned Parenthood. Sources told the Post both of the Democrats who targeted were pro-choice. One of the main things that people are pointing out here is that let me see if this is the right one. Just a couple days ago she voted against the
she was the only Democrat to vote against or vote for, I think, the Big Beautiful Bill, or not Big Beautiful Bill. What was it?
Here it is. Melissa Hortman sounded absolutely terrified while speaking to the media after she voted no on health care for illegals. She was just assassinated this morning. And so here's a 13-second clip.
I know that people will be hurt by that vote, and we worked very hard to try to get a budget deal that wouldn't include that provision. I know that people will be hurt by that vote.
He's visibly shaken up by it, but speaking of Luigi and the healthcare thing, that's kind of where I was drawing the connection that this is actually the guy that got the United Healthcare CEO that's still on the loose and is not actually Luigi. But yeah, it's just weird that some people think that this guy isn't the actual the guy they're saying isn't the actual shooter. Let me see here.
Yeah, because that's the thing, right? This Lance Bolter is he was the former appointee by Tim Walz to
Governor Tim Walz. Yeah.
And so I think the obvious implication there is this is like Democrat on Democrat crime. Maybe some kind of backroom deal, possibly. Like maybe she wasn't supposed to go against that vote. And I think part of it is you see the way she's behaving there. It's like maybe she knew she was going to come hit her, right? The hit was going to be on her because she didn't vote the way that she was supposed to. Can you imagine that, right? Like, say you're not paying attention and you hit yes by accident, and then you're like, oh wait, like now the mom's gonna kill me. You're like, oh shit.
Oops.
I don't know. It's super weird too, right? And it's odd that they went after her. Well, I mean, not odd, but that he hit more people and then it turned into a manifesto. So just because of the manifesto, I'm less inclined to believe that she was targeted for the vote, but odd that she was crying about it even though she voted for it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that was an odd move. Just something that people have been pointing out. But here, this is a 3.5-minute video. Alleged Minnesota shooter works at 2 funeral homes 6 days a week, but he worked at DRC Congo on food supply projects, and now he owns a security company, and he was appointed to the Workforce Development Board by current Governor Tim Walz in 2019, a data 5. I heard that before he was promoted by Tim Walz, he was a manager at a 7-Eleven. So he got quite the promotion, but here, let's
my name is Vance Belter. I just go by Vance. No other names that I use.
Belter. The O is silent.
I live in Greenell, Minnesota, about an hour away from the Minneapolis-St. Paul area.
Yeah, dude, Minnesota. You can hear it, dude.
Minnesota.
Minnesota. You have Canadian monkeys, dude. Get out of my country.
Yeah, Fozimo said, did you guys see the LAPD declared illegal assembly? And again tonight, they've been doing that almost every night. There, Fozimo.
2 funeral homes. I work full-time for Wolf Funeral Home, which is an intake location for about 6 funeral homes. And we also do all the intake to just take the decedent from that place of death to the medical.
Okay, so he's basically going to say along what I just summarized, so I'm not going to waste your guys' time with that.
Yeah, and the thing was the 70 name target list, right? And so there was someone who covered it. CNN, yeah. Colin Rugg had it too. I put the thing in there in the outline there at the bottom. And it was like, Ilyan Omar, a bunch of people were on this list, which is, again, who knows if they planted it there. But the thumbnail is from the car that they found from the guy, which had these No King flyers in it. And he was spreading them around like for the rallies too. So it's like, loosely tied to the riots we're seeing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, which was interesting, that's for sure. Saw lots of actually I had some stuff. Let's see here.
We haven't had liberty in this country for a very long time, my friend.
So this Minnesota officials confirmed they will not be releasing the manifesto of Vance Balter. The OE makes it A sound, apparently. Belter? No, it was Belter. That's what he said. The O. The individual who faked being a cop to gain entry. Belter. But yeah, he showed up in that mask. That's really weird. Police gear and a mask.
I have some of the higher quality photos too, of like the doorbell camera ones, dude. Like straight out of a horror movie.
Yeah. Yeah, I got like this one right here. That's just crazy. I saw somebody posted this and said, "What do you do if you look out and see this?" And I think Salty said, "I'm emptying the pew pew."
Yeah, I would too.
Yeah, Just Me said they already took him out, right? I think that's the news update I saw a few hours ago. Yeah, I think that is what happened. I'm not sure. Let's see here.
So 2 hours ago, it says I have an update from Dom that said that he is still missing.
Okay. Let's see. Trending. It's crazy. There's so much stuff trending. What is today? Saturday, right?
Yeah, the day before Father's Day.
Yeah. The Army. Just everything is trending. Caitlin Clark came back. I want to find out, is the shooter still alive? So many times we get off of our live and I'll go to X like on my phone instead of on my computer. And I'm like, oh, that came out the last hour. Like, dang it, I should have been looking. Okay, so, oh wait, no. July 13th. Why would this be July 13th? Okay, this is not the, that's 2024. What?
I mean, I do see I mean, it could be fake, but I do see an account I've followed before.
You'd think it would be
that
at the
did post
top.
his registration records of that Vance Balter is registered Republican in the state of Oklahoma, from 2004 to 2022. So I guess it doesn't really mean anything. You could be Democrat, in 2023.
Right. I mean, he was appointed by Walls. Okay, so this just came out on the Gateway Pundit. Police released latest photos of Vance Belter, named person of interest in deadly Minnesota attacks. That was at 4:40. I'm refreshing Daily Mail. Don't see anything.
Yeah, they haven't found him. The tip line's still active. I just found it. There's a tip line and a $50,000. No, maybe it's 5,000. Where's the money at? I just had the money pulled up. Oh, I thought I saw there was a money reward. Maybe there's not. But yeah, it's still up. 877-996-6222.
Okay.
But so, as usual, another shooter, and immediately it's like Who is he? Where is he? Oh, his social media accounts got wiped. He has a crazy history, makes no sense, and we'll know nothing about it 4 weeks from now.
And they have his car. They have the No Kings flyers in his car, which I gotta be honest with you, I'm taking that with a grain of salt, dude. Like, rather convenient that they were in there. Kind of, I don't know, maybe not, but yeah, just me. I saw something about it before we went on, just before we went on live. You were watching D-Day Cobra too? That's actually what I was watching. Yeah, so I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm like Vance Bolter found, nothing pulls up. Vance Bolter standoff, nothing pulls up.
Okay. Cool. All right. Well, not really cool, but it's so weird. They have his car, but he got away. You know what I mean?
Well, and now I'm curious if I saw like fake footage earlier, because I definitely saw footage of them arriving at the suspected assassin.
Well, they were showing his house. I saw like aerial footage of his house. He's got a nice house with a lot of land that is lush green around it, all maintained, which would suggest the dude had a lot to live for. Weird. Wearing some kind of Mission Impossible mask. Yeah. He's wearing like a Heisenberg mask. Like if you had the top hat, it almost looks like.
Yeah, I'm trying to see if I can't find it. I want to find that video. Because if somebody deleted it, maybe it's just like stock footage or some random house. It's not even a real thing.
All right. Yeah, just in unlawful assembly has been declared in Los Angeles. Musicians being unloaded all over the left-wing rioters. The left loves getting violent. Oh yeah, so they're battling. There's a lot more people, it looks like, out in LA today. LA's been doing a pretty good job keeping the protesters like on the move and controlling them and everything, but I think the lull the last couple of days and then the increase in people changed the game today. Which, by the way, I'm going to stick around and stream for a while tonight. We're going to go over to got a foliage chub going. What was I doing? What is a foliage chub?
Sorry, I'm not paying the best attention. I'm trying to like.
No, I see Tix Bomber said, "You all right over there, Tyler? Got a foliage chub going, do you?" I don't know what that means. What's a foliage chub? You're gonna have to explain to me.
You got something you're hiding?
My shirt's not raising up or nothing, so I don't know what you're talking about.
That's funny. You know what, guys? I was going to stand up for the stream, but now I'm going to sit down.
Oh, I got excited describing that dude's property. Yeah. Oh yeah, I got you. Yeah, that's because my dream is to have some land, just like that, guys. If I had that land, I'd live till I was as old as I possibly could. Nice, law-abiding citizen. I'm not standing up.
Yeah, that's the classroom thing, right?
So an hour ago, breaking, the U.S. rejected Netanyahu's request to join the war directly, according to Axios.
Let's go. Let's go. That's all I wanted, dude. That's all I wanted.
Yeah.
We'll watch the war from here. Just let me know when you guys are done.
Somebody even confirmed and asked Grok. Grok says the claim that the U.S. rejected Netanyahu's request to join the war directly seems likely true, based on multiple X posts from June 14th, citing Axios. The posts consistently state Israel urged the Trump administration to target Iran's nuclear program, but the U.S. declined. Historical U.S. reluctance to engage directly in such conflicts supports this. Okay. Let's see if I can find the Axios article.
So I just ran a deep search for any videos that show, police arriving or law enforcement arriving to the suspected assassin's home, and Grok came back and said no such tweet exists. Like,
Hmm.
so
I'm
I'm
right
like,
there with you, Jay.
now I feel insane. Like, I swear to God, I should have bookmarked it or something. Maybe I did.
Might have been one that got deleted. Okay, so here's Axios. Israel has asked the Trump administration over the past 48 hours to join the war in Iran in order to eliminate its nuclear program, according to two Israeli officers or officials. Israel lacks the bunker buster bombs and large bomber aircraft needed to destroy Iran's Fordo uranium enrichment site, which is built into a mountain and deep underground. The U.S. has both within flying distance of Iran, but the Trump administration has so far distanced itself from Israel's operation and argued that it would be illegitimate for Iran to retaliate by striking U.S. targets. So I think that's part of the reluctancy too, is they're like, nah, let's not cross that line. But directly attacking Iran, even if the U.S. involvement is limited to bombing a single site, would pull the U.S. directly into the war. The problem with that is it's like there's no way Russia doesn't think that they're not fighting the United States, knowing that we're supplying Ukraine, right? And the same thing goes with Iran. There's no way that they don't think that they're not fighting against the United States, even if it's indirectly. So I don't know. I mean, just common sense kind of tells you that they would see it that way. You're helping my enemies against me. I'm fighting against you.
Right. Yeah. Whole definition of a proxy war.
So behind the scenes, an Israeli official claimed to Axios that the U.S. might join the operation and that President Trump even suggested he'd do so if necessary in a recent conversation with Prime Minister Netanyahu. A White House official denied that on Friday, and a second U.S. official confirmed on Saturday that Israel has urged the Trump administration to join the war, but said currently the administration is not considering it. A senior White House official told Axios Saturday that whatever happens today cannot be prevented, referring to Israel's attacks.
Dude, look at this photo of this hypersonic missile that just hit. Holy shit. That's crazy. I'm putting in the outline right now.
Okay, outline.
Right. Yeah. I put the photo there and I have the video. I'm going to put it right underneath it.
While live? Wild photo?
Yep.
Not the Brian Allen one, but the wild photo?
Yeah, wild photo. The Brian Allen one's Dallas with the riots. We'll go to that after this.
Okay. Oh, man.
Yeah, dude, the photo's insane.
Looks like the Iron Dome is not 100% effective. Yeah, that's not good. That's a tall building right there, engulfed in flames. Here we have a proposed community note.
Oh my God, dude.
What?
Because it's about him saying that it's not.
Oh, the Iron Dome. They're trying to propose a community note about the Iron Dome. Well, I mean, that's true. It's not 100% effective. We've witnessed multiple hit their targets. Grok, the photo is shared by Alex Jones showing Tel Aviv with multiple high-rise engulfing flames, likely fake or manipulated. I don't think so. I'm pretty sure I saw that hit. I'm pretty sure I saw that live.
Yeah, watch the video from Dominic Michael Trippi. It's right underneath the wild photo on the outline.
Oh, it jumped. There we go. I don't know if that's the same one, but look at how fast these things come in, the hypersonic ones.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sorry, dude. There's no Iron Dome that can prevent 15 of these things coming in at once or whatever.
No, if you go under war, let me see. I think it's item number 3 under war. You can see how fast the hypersonic one is compared to all the other ones that are following at the same time. One just comes flying in. Let me make sure this is the right one. Because I put a bunch of the footage in here, like these 20-second clips. It might not be this one then. Maybe it's the other angle.
Well, we'll just let it play out here for a second, see.
You got a little sun. If you
Right,
watch
that's
The
wild.
Little Sun.
That's definitely not hypersonic. Other angles. Let's see.
Yeah, I don't know if it's that one or the
This
third
is
one.
crazy. This one's just wild to look at. These are Iranian missiles raining down from the sky.
Yeah,
I
and you
mean,
can kind of
boom.
see how those are all kind of going like the similar speed.
Mm-hmm.
It must be the next one then, the hypersonic one. I
Oh
would
yeah,
imagine.
it even says hypersonic missile. Okay. I
Yeah, I
just
would
wasn't
imagine it's
looking
probably
ahead.
the one. Yeah, I'm just there. Look how quick that one comes down compared to the ones like in the sky near it. Like that's so quick. Like
Yeah.
over.
It looks bigger, faster. That's crazy. Ooh, wow.
I think I did bookmark the video of where Alex Jones got his photo. Let's see.
Seems likely that Iranian missiles, possibly including a Fatah 1 hypersonic missile. Yeah, if they overwhelm the Iron Dome, it's game over. That's what this guy says right here, and I believe that it can be done. I hate to say it, but I mean, dude, you ain't stopping 5 of those coming in.
No. I'm trying to find maybe it's this one.
And he's Sacred Serbian Solutions. You said you apologize for wanting to discuss exactly what is causing the things you're watching on your screen, but asking me random questions isn't really discussing. Like, if you got something to tell me, just tell me. Just tell us. Like, don't play 30 questions or whatever the game is. Like, just tell
speak
us.
words.
Like, then you don't have to come back and play like this apologist trying to just be honest with you guys. Just tell us, dude. Like, we don't need sugarcoated shit.
Right.
Yeah, here at 9, here in about 15 minutes, Atlas will drop off, and then I'm just gonna stream. I'll have the live, the riots / protests. I'll be monitoring the everything that's going on over in the Middle East as well.
Yeah, sorry for being a little silent. There's one particular video I'm trying to find.
Yeah, no, you're good. You're very exhausted from following news, bro. Me too. Today was exhausting. Today was very exhausting. Trying to just like, here, let me hone in on this one particular story so that I can learn the details or at least the outline of it. And then it's like, oh, I want to watch this. I want to watch that. Oh, there's another wave of missiles coming in. Oh, there's a fight between cops and the protesters here in this city. Oh, in that city. It's been crazy. No, you're an attorney just trying to share information. Well, just tell us. I get it that you're trying to make us think and you're asking chat and trying to make people think, but we're a bunch of. I'll speak for myself. I'm retarded, so just tell me straight out what it is, and I'll get to the point much easier that way. They're actually doing a really nice fireworks display right now. Here at the parade. I'll put that on screen. Jay's an astronaut. So we got an astronaut, an attorney. Yeah, Fazimo been turning out the Israeli-Iran news. Yeah, like I want to know about it. I want to know what's going on. But just talking about it like on the show is about all I need to. I'm good. I'm full.
I'm filled up.
Watching missiles and rockets just as a man who likes fireworks and stuff like that and exploding things, is interesting. But I don't like the death aspect of it, and basically my hard stance is I don't want my American tax dollars or whatever I'm going towards that, or as little as possible.
In a furry suit.
And I certainly don't want boots on the ground. What was that?
Tix's comment. He said he just smokes crack in a furry suit.
Oh, what?
Oh. Somebody got to keep an eye on that guy.
Only on Wednesday, though. Gotcha. Yeah, happy birthday, President Trump, by the way. Astronaut is fake. So I think our sacred Serbian solution doesn't believe in outer space, which I'm skeptical.
So, I can't blame him. I don't trust anything I can't touch.
Mm-hmm. I joined Tix, and that's when I become an astronaut. No, I don't claim that space exists. Like I said, I was joking earlier about the. I was only halfway joking earlier about the dome. I'm not full on flat earther, but I root for the Earth to be flat. And the sole purpose of me rooting for the Earth to be flat is that if the Earth is flat, it would 100% suggest that there was a creator, a builder, and the argument on Earth would change from is there a God to which God is the real God?
Dude, it took me forever, but I can only find one weird news angle of it. But I'll put it in the outline.
Okay.
So it took a lifetime to find. But it was just the one where the photo from Alex Jones is from. And it's garbage footage at that. It's like Iranian TV.
Which one is it? The E. Miller?
Yeah, the weird foreign one.
Enoch Miller? E. Miller? Is that the one you're saying?
Yeah, E. Miller.
Okay. Ooh, ow, you scratched me. Fast. Holy crap. Hi. You scratched my neck, it hurts.
It's the top left one.
Okay. These things are crazy. You gotta stop.
It's where all that smoke is. I don't know what's in that area, but that's where. On the other side, I think is where that photo was taken.
Right. I wouldn't be surprised if right here is where that photo was taken.
Yeah.
Right where that hit. I mean, that looks like big fire.
Right.
Something cannot be created from nothing. Nothing has been created since this. Yeah, bro. I'm with you on that one. And the funny thing about this, this is like a battle kind of between like the Muslim nation and the Jewish nation. And then it made me think like, where's the Christian nation? And it's like, that's supposed to be the United States. Like, that's really what that is. And, our forefathers essentially set it up for that. Really would like to see it get back to that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Amen.
Really would like to see it get back to that. But yeah, I'm with you on that one there.
If we keep it the rate we're at right now, give it another, 15, 20 years, we might just get that.
Right. You're really distracting me. I'm going to have to kick you out. Give me a second.
Are you good? Dog is getting banned. Dog has been officially banned from jar openers. We're all giving a demonstration of what's going to happen to sacred Serbian solutions.
Didn't know we had a blood on the stream.
That's funny. That's funny.
Los Vatos Locos forever, Holmes.
See, I got to get all the pro-Israel people mad at me, and then get all the blacks mad at me, and then I'll fade into the bushes like Simpson, and they can fight each other. But no, I was curious. You had the was it the firework display was going on from the army feed at the end of the
Oh yeah,
the
this
beach
is it.
parade?
Yeah, this is it right here.
Nice.
No, can't do the audio.
Copyright. Also, speaking of, do you know how long it took me to copyright verify every song and track and sound effect I used in my documentary?
No.
Like 2.5 hours of copyright checking. I
Oh
like
man.
didn't even think about it until the end, and I'm only got saved by the fact that my editing software has a built-in copyright checker, so it will listen to your track and then detect things. And it's like, you're good. And I'm like, oh, thank God, dude. I was like, thank God. And then I had to put it in YouTube and was hoping that YouTube wouldn't pick up on anything and say, like, this is copyrighted content. No, it's completely fine.
That's pretty cool that your editing software has that. I wish mine did.
Yeah, it does it through like TikTok too, which is like the most like censorious app. So it'll check if TikTok would mute it for copyright. And if it passes TikTok, it's like, you're probably fine.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I would agree. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Lola Marble says, "Good evening, all. Get me caught up to speed." Well, let's see. Israel's fighting Iran and vice versa. People are going crazy all over the country, and no kings protests. We had a Minnesota representative assassinated this morning, and another one nearly assassinated.
Yeah. Iranian terror cell when?
All kinds of stuff. It's been a crazy one.
Yeah, there's a good video I put in there of some of the riots. Just I labeled it "Let My People Go." I think is it what I labeled it as. It's just this ridiculous. I'm talking your insane anti-ICE protester riot or whatever you want to call her. Interaction with the truck.
Let my people go, you said?
Yeah, it's item number 3 under deportations and riots.
Better watch with the volume up, it says.
Yeah, dude, it's cringe, dude. Secondhand embarrassment.
I'm gonna stop the truck.
You might want to turn it down a little bit though.
Okay.
You could probably have it louder than that, but I just know that she yells.
Oh.
Let my people go!
Let my people go.
Dude, I like.
I thought you were a bald guy until you started screaming.
No. You can't make it up, man. Like, dude, and it's just sad. Yeah, let her on the bus too. Yeah, just put her in the back, guy. She's going with him.
Hey, get off the truck! Get off the truck! Get off! Get off the truck!
You know, people don't do that in Florida. As a matter of fact, you know, I got a clip of how people respond down here in Florida.
She even, like, rips her mask off later on. She like rips her mask off and her hat off, and she's like, "I'm a human being. Are you gonna kill a human being?" Like that's to the truck driver, like as he's slowly like inching forward. The guy's like, "I get paid hourly, ma'am. Like I don't give a fuck."
That's hilarious. Where's it at? Oh, here it is. This is how they ICE protesters in Tampa. Oh, I can't play the music either. I thought I muted it. They get out on the road, hit the crosswalk, the light turns green, and they move. they know they're gonna get their asses ran over if they don't. If they stay in the street. Florida, DeSantis has deputized all Floridians basically, and reiterated the law that he enforced during the Summer of Love, that if protesters surround your vehicle, you can get out of there. Let's see here.
Yeah, and it's just what, Florida and Oklahoma, the only states in the country that have that law?
Yeah, I believe so. Here, we got this right here.
Governor, how are you preparing for these supposedly 75 protests across your state?
Our folks are ready at the state level. I mean, I think, as you know, the local police will be the first to respond if anything goes wrong. County sheriffs will be there as well. We have our state law enforcement on standby. They'll be ready to go, whether it's the Highway Patrol, whether it's Florida Department of Law Enforcement. And then we do have National Guard who will be ready. But I got to tell you, we've dealt with this pretty effectively in the past. I mean, one of the things they're doing in Los Angeles, yes, you see the looting, you see all that. They also just take over streets. Look, if you don't have a permit to take over streets, you can't just interrupt traffic. The Hamas people tried to do this when they were doing that a year or so ago. They tried it in Miami. They were kicked off the road in 13 minutes. They tried it in Central Florida. Our Highway Patrol got them out of there in 11 minutes. So you're going to be held accountable. The inmates are not going to run the asylum. So it's a bad decision to try to pull that nonsense in Florida.
Embarrassing the California National Guard and LAPD. Shut them down in 13 minutes and 11 minutes. But check this out. Here we go.
Yeah.
If
Good
you're
response.
driving on one of those,
Crank that back up.
and we also have a policy that if you're driving on one of those streets and a mob comes and surrounds your vehicle and threatens you, you have a right to flee for your safety. And so if you drive off and you hit one of these people, that's their fault for impinging on you. You don't have to sit there and just be a sitting duck and let the mob grab you out of your car and drag you through the streets. You have a right to defend yourself in Florida.
Let's go. Let's go. And then he also the Florida sheriff has a message. This is crazy. This is awesome, actually.
Oh, and it's a different guy from last time too.
Yeah, this isn't Judd. This is somebody else. This is
Awesome.
Brevard County Sheriff Wayne Ivey.
So I'm gonna break it down for you. All right. And if somebody wants to know what I mean by turn violent, all right, this is what I mean. If you resist lawful orders, you're going to jail. Let me be very clear about that. If you block an intersection or a roadway in Brevard County, you are going to jail. If you flee arrest, you're going to go to jail tired, because we are going to run you down and put you in jail. If you try to mob rule a car in Brevard County, gathering around it, refusing to let the driver leave.
I'm gonna be honest. The brother in the back on the left-hand side ain't running nobody down. I'm sure he means well though.
Never leave. In our county, you're most likely going to get run over and dragged across the street. If you spit on us, you're going to the hospital and in jail. If you hit one of us, you're going to the hospital and jail, and most likely get bitten by one of our big, beautiful dogs that we have here. If you throw a brick, a firebomb, or point a gun at one of our deputies, we will be notifying your family where to collect your remains at, because we will kill you graveyard dead. We're not going to play. This has got to stop. You're watching what's taking place out there. You're seeing police officers that are being attacked, being spit on, being put in harm's way just for doing their jobs. You're seeing ICE agents that are being targeted for doing their jobs. And you're seeing obstructionists that are doing all of this, standing in the way of law and order.
DED dead, he said, so to speak.
Love it. Love it.
Yep. Nailed it.
So I'm gonna break it down.
Let's see here. So
That's funny. That's from Eric Daughtry as well. Makes sense if he's in Florida now.
Yeah, definitely. So this lady, too crazy.
Yeah, it just gets worse.
You won't take my fucking name out! Don't take my fucking name out! Don't kill me! Don't kill me!
I can't wait till somebody adds like the metal guitar track behind this.
Yeah, they turn it. Yeah, they turn it into a song. Isolate vocals. Yeah, put it on the metal screamo track. Yeah. It's
One
just
man
like,
has
it's
the ability
so
to give you a
sad.
permit, but you can do this. Yeah, back to speaking the weird talk.
Dude, with all the mods in here, I'm surprised you. I'm honestly surprised you haven't been timed out for like 30 minutes.
I think he did get a 1 minute earlier.
Like,
Yeah, she's screaming, "Don't kill me!" as she stands in front of a huge truck that's moving. You can't make this
Yeah.
stuff up. Riddle me that one.
oh, that's what he's doing. He's talking about the permit to be on the road for the protest.
Oh,
Listen, I don't believe in this like that sovereign citizen BS kind of crap that like, like what even is reality? Like, this is that person like you're so open-minded, your brain fell out a long time ago. You got to believe in something. You got to figure out what that thing is. Like, of course, yeah, we have leaders and like presidents.
Structure.
Like, yeah, the president is above me. Like, you elect
Right.
leaders to be above you. There's a hierarchy. It's how
Right.
reality works.
Right. There's
Like,
a
Jesus
structure
isn't
to
your
it.
equal either. He's your Lord and Savior. Like, you're not equal to him, brother. Like, what are we talking about?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for real. So it looks like Trump didn't actually give a speech. It looks like he might have just said goodnight. Interesting. Got to take the night off for his birthday. Didn't have to go up there and speak. That's cool. Makes
I don't
sense.
think he should. I mean, if we're all, if we're treating the threat level from like, the terror cells and things that are going on, right? Like, I think if you're not going to have bulletproof glass around the guy.
He did.
Oh, he did. Okay.
He was sitting behind bulletproof glass the entire time. Yeah.
Word. Okay.
See if I can get an image of it. But he was sitting, him and Pete were next to each other and they're sitting behind bulletproof glass. Let's see. Pretty sure I saw. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I would hope that would be the case at, at this point.
Yeah. So you can see the split in the glass and it's all.
You could tell
the panels.
Too.
Yeah, you can see the panels and stuff and the reflection. So they had just a whole wall of glass for everybody. Although I gotta say, when they meet the two panels up against each other, seems like a weak point. So I don't know if I like all that, but
yeah,
whatever. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm curious if there might be an angle you can even get to, right? Or like say a nearby tower that law enforcement decides doesn't need checked.
Right. Water tower just right over there, right over yonder, 200 yards away.
Yeah. The roof, like, what do you mean? The 100 feet that way that has a clear line of sight of the president? Oh, we didn't check that.
Okay. I just wanted to see if he actually said goodnight there or what, but looks like he was just speaking behind the podium and not actually like into the mic.
Yeah.
What up, Chris?
Interesting. Yeah, I'm glad nothing, major happened, right? But I do think that what we're going to see from Con Inc. Is going to be a lot of the talking about like the terror cells, right? Any day now, guys. An Iranian guy is going to pull out an RPG and nuke a 7-Eleven. I mean, I think it's probable. I do think there's a real chance something like that could happen. But I'd be curious of the fear mongering about it that goes along with it. As as kind of like a tool or a bludgeon, if you will, to push for the pro Iran war kind of sentiment. But we'll see. I don't know.
Yeah.
And hopefully not too. Of all days you would have expected, they would have coincided with today. They right, the No King rallies, while there's already a lot of instability, that you would take advantage of that. And since it didn't happen now, like I doubt it will happen at all.
Yeah. Yeah, it'd be hard for Trump to like pull out now, that's for sure. You think you would have had like the stance from the get-go. Would have had to have that stance from the get-go, but I don't know. We'll just have to play it day by day, I guess, and hope for the best and be against boots on the ground, American boots on the ground, that's for sure.
Right. No, I agree with that. But okay, I will sign off. I'll try to stop back in and check on your coverage while you're watching the
Okay.
what's going on with the riots and the No King rallies. I did see that the one that I added into the live, that first one from Brian Allen, is Dallas. Looks like Dallas is having a major gathering, and I didn't see Dallas as one of the expected cities to have that. So it might be a developing spot to look at too, outside of LA and Philadelphia and Chicago.
Yeah, it's been kind of random. But yeah, I'll keep an eye on that. Thanks.
Yeah, brother.
I appreciate that one.
King, as always. You
Yes,
guys have a
sir.
good rest of your night, man, and good luck marathoning.
Yep. Sounds good. Appreciate you. Have a good one, dude.
Yeah, brother. Take care, everybody.
All right. All right. So, guys, give me a minute. I'm going to go use the restroom and regather my bearings, and we'll start getting into some of these protests and everything like that. I'll start trying to give you more up-to-the-minute updates on what's going on in the war. I think it's going to start, I believe it's going to start daylight over there in Iran and stuff like that. So the intense fighting might have already ended, but like I said, give me just a minute and put it on the channel before you go. It's meth. Restroom, it's meth. Yeah, no, not at all. Let's see, what can I put it on here? That won't do it. We'll go to AXN, and this is live No Kings protest down in LA. Let me give you some audio.
Like I'm about to give you a call.
All right. So I'll be right back. Ticks. Furries and crack for everyone.
Some push south. I guess there must be, I don't know if they're kettling people down there, if there's an exit point to the south, because spring is closed off at right there at LAPD headquarters. So I'm assuming they're letting people either go west or east on first. And also there's still some people over here in the park.
I feel the spiciness. As soon as I took off the mask, it's burning my face.
Everywhere. Actually, like, it's burning, but very lightly.
Yeah.
It gets hot, huh? I got one of those. Are you supposed to take this off? You're not supposed to put the filters on? You use this one? Okay. You want to try getting on that side? Okay, let's just follow. We can go that way, up on the stairs. Let's see your credentials. Maybe.
All right. All right. I'm back. What is that all over the streets? Excuse me. All right, so if you're watching over on Rumble, I'm gonna go ahead and wrap the stream up on Rumble. So come over to the Jar Openers podcast on YouTube if you want to continue with the stream. Let me make some adjustments. I'm going to change the thumbnail and stuff like that. Not sure what he did with his audio. He must have muted it because the music came around. Give me just a second to refigure this, you guys. Human poop, probably. It looks like what's on the road might be just all kinds of debris. Just litter. All right. Well, let's see what we got here for audio. Who else we got to stream? Okay. Oh, there he brought his audio back for a second. I got to pull up all these channels now, you guys. Let's see. Who's this? This has got to be LA. Still light. This is LA.
If you remain in the area to subscribe, you will be in violation of Penal Code Section 409. The following route of this vehicle is available. South of Spring Street. You must disperse immediately. Soy diputada Sassini, oficial del Departamento del Alguacil del Condado de Los Ángeles. La presente declaró que esta es una reunión ilegal y en el nombre del pueblo del Estado de California,
let me do this.
reunidos en la calle Spring, que se dispersen de inmediato, lo que significa disolver esta reunión y abandonar el área. Si no lo hacen, pueden ser arrestados. También pueden estar sujetos a otras acciones policiales, incluidos de energía cinética y agentes químicos que incluyen balas de plástico con punta de espuma, balas de pimienta, balas de goma. El uso de estos dispositivos podría provocar lesiones graves. La sección 409 del Código Penal prohíbe permanecer presente que deben abandonar el área que acabo de describir. Si permanecen en esta área que acabo de describir, estarán violando la sección 409 del Código Penal. La siguiente ruta de dispersión está disponible sobre la calle Spring. Deben dispersar inmediatamente.
Okay. Are we? Okay. And sorry, guys. Setting up this other stream. Get it going. Okay. All right. That should be it. Just transitioning here from the Jar Openers podcast over to the live streams. Looking at LA right now. Yeah, me too, Doug. Me too.
Unlawful assembly and in the name of the people of the state of California.
Firearm an American! How dare you! How dare you! You should lower your weapon right now, sir. You should remember your oath, sir. How about that? Remember what you swore.
Let me see what's going on in some of these other places.
Peaceful protest! Peaceful protest! Peaceful protest! Peaceful protest! Peaceful protest! Peaceful protest!
See if I can get in Portland.
Peaceful protest! Peaceful protest! Peaceful protest! Peaceful protest!
LA.
Peaceful protest!
All right, I'm gonna have to go.
Sujeto a otras acciones policiales, incluido el uso de proyectiles de energía químicos, que incluyen balas de plástico con puntas de espuma, balas de pimienta, balas de goma. El uso de estos dispositivos podría provocar lesiones graves. La sección 409.
Yeah.
Si permanecen en el área que acabo de escribir, sur de la calle.
They understand they're protesting against America, right? That's funny, just me. Interesting. Yeah, not one of them fly the American flag outside of their houses. You're right about that, Doug. Speaking of which, I put mine back out front this morning. Or this afternoon, I guess. It was afternoon. The will of chat has spoken. Taco hats. That's funny. All right. So we're up on America First TV now. Guys, we're just hanging out, trying to keep an eye on the hottest moments this evening on what's going on with the war and with what's going on with these No Kings riots / protests. We'll call them protests with quotes. You have your American flag and your thank you veterans flag out. That's cool. Yeah, I usually try to keep American flag out in front of my house, but a couple months ago mine ripped in the wind, and then we had some storms and I took it down, and I just didn't put a new one on the pole and put it back up until today. Yours up every day, Doug? Yeah, mine is usually up, but it was up for like 2 years straight. I had to buy a few of them when they faded or ripped. But put a brand new one out today. You gotta replace yours every year. What do you do with your old ones? I can't bring myself to like burn it even in the fire respectively, so I just got them all like in a stack folded up. One of them is on this flagpole behind me. That one's a little bit faded. Remind everybody to hit the old like button. Take an American Legion. It's a good idea. I don't know where a local one is. You don't know what to do with them? Like I said, I just got a stack of them in the corner folded up. They'll do the ceremony. Okay, good. Uh-oh. We got some bangs. Woo. Dang. That's what's all over the road. You see that? These flashbangs are in some kind of shell. VFW American Legion. Okay. Let me
So I gotta come this way.
Whoa, that was loud. San Antonio. Thanks, Chris. DC.
If you remain at the area I just described, you will be in violation of 09. Is available south on Spring Street. You must leave the area now. You must disperse immediately.
By the way, happy Father's Day tomorrow to all the fathers out there. Let everybody know we do have a Discord you can join. That link would be down in the description on the jar openers. Let me put it in the description over on America First TV. Give me 1 second. Oh, good. It copied over. Okay. So it's there.
provocar lesiones graves. La sección 409 del Código Penal
Make sure to hit that like button, subscribe, follow, all that good stuff.
que deben abandonar el área que acabo de
Keep us out of the kill zone.
All right, let's have a look over here. This is no, that's not DC. What are you talking about? That's dark in DC. I hate these streams when they lie. San Antonio looks pretty chill. Got that one pulled up. Trying to find. Ice cream time. That sounds good. Bunch of hoodlums. Meanwhile, we got folks like this.
Freedom is on the line.
You mean like the freedom of not having to look over your shoulder because you're scared that someone's going to hurt you or kill you, like what happened to Lake and Riley in Georgia when the illegal immigrant killed her?
No, not looking over your shoulder like when people are going to kidnap you off the street and take you into ICE and send you to a foreign country.
But if they're here illegally, that should happen. If they're here illegal, that's not happening.
They're doing it to everybody.
They're not doing it to legal people, sir.
Yes, they are,
Sir,
Yes, they are.
I don't know where you've been seeing that news, but where are you getting yours? CNN?
Yeah, I am.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, then it makes
Mainstream
sense
media.
then. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm getting my news from CNN, duh.
Mainstream media, the ones that said that Biden wasn't
ones that
senile,
fact-check,
the ones that said that Biden was sharp as a tack, right?
Fuck off.
Wait, am I wrong though? Because you know Jake Tapper apologized for lying about saying that Biden was sharp as a tack. Biden had dementia. They should have given him the 25th Amendment.
One of the best presidents we had.
What did he do? You mean the fact that he's a dictator for arresting Trump? But you guys want to say Trump's a dictator? I don't think a dictator.
Look at this face. What has he done? The guy's like looks off and stares into space and does the Biden.
You mean the fact that he's a dictator for arresting Trump? But you guys want to say Trump's a dictator? I don't think a dictator would allow a protest called No Kings. But you want to walk away. Typical liberal CNN bot always wants to walk away. Looks like we're doing our job.
Nailed it. I don't think a king would allow, or a dictator would allow a protest called No Kings. So funny.
But it doesn't look like they're moving in to arrest anybody. They're letting them jump the fence and get out of here.
So we got an angle in front of the police and behind the police over here. I bet that guy right there is this guy. Oh, he is. See, he took his camera down and turned around. That was that guy. He has bald face all the time.
Spicy.
Spicy.
Huh? The gas? It's tear gas. Yeah, they call it CS gas. Or CN gas. It's just gas. It's awful. You ever had it?
Yeah. I just got my massive failed.
So you guys remember this? This didn't age well.
Senator, thank you. Governor, you previously opposed an assault weapons ban, but it's only later in your political career did you change your position. Why?
Yeah, I sat in that office with those Sandy Hook parents. I've become friends with school shooters. I've seen it. Look.
You what? Well, apparently he has. Wasn't joking. According to what happened yesterday with his appointee.
They're just letting people up the fence. They right here in this intersection, they got everybody kettled in. You can see we got LAPD on this side, sheriffs in full force on this side, LAPD on all the sides.
Dang. Got him boxed in.
They're just gonna arrest the diehards. The people that want to get arrested in the intersection, I guess. I don't know. Maybe they let them go. Maybe their whole point is to just thin out the crowd from here.
So real quick, check this out.
They were
The alleged assassin's wife interned for Tim Walz. The alleged assassin was an appointment of Tim Walz, and the alleged assassin had no King's pamphlets in his car. The Democrats have the audacity of claiming the alleged assassin is a far-right extremist. It actually sounds like he was a longtime associate of Tim Walz. Dang, so his wife was an intern for Tim. This is LA. Carol. I was trying to find a DC protest, but the only ones I can find, they're daylight, so I know it's dark in DC right now. I gotta look for specific streamers. I'm gonna have to go down. Oh, here we go.
I believe that's Broadway.
Here's one.
Spring. I think it's Broadway.
It's 9:30. There's no way it's still light. Austin, it's pretty chill. All right, let's see these two real quick. Okay, well that's on the street. I'll keep an eye on that one. That's just people talking. No, it's not day. Because so many people acting like they're broadcasting the DC events, but their stream is daylight. I'm right there with you, just me. They should all be getting arrested. They have a
You can see all the cuffs they got there. Plastic cuffs.
whatever. They have the order, right? Yeah, if they arrest them, the prosecution lets them go. Just a waste of time. Yeah, that's true. Okay, this is what I was looking for.
Hey, man, thank you guys, whoever sent super chats and PayPals and Cash Apps. Sorry, man, I don't like to miss them, but in these conditions, I'm really just paying attention to what's going on here on the ground.
So over 100 people were wounded. Oops.
Plus the chat's moving really fast.
Their new saying is that was 2020. Yeah, it was actually 2020. It's like, oh, okay. Yeah, we condemned it back then too. And you thought it was okay back then, so it doesn't make it any better. Man.
You got ID for those?
So real quick, a direct damage in central Israel. You can see the shockwave from this one when it hits. Ugh. That's crazy. Over 100 people were wounded in the latest Iranian missile strike. Wolfson Medical Center near Tel Aviv has moved to emergency mode to handle the mass casualties.
Share the stream, subscribe, all that stuff. But at least hit the thumbs up for all the tear gas.
Make tasers great. They don't have enough water for a hose. That's true there, Jay.
Yeah, it makes it a little bit more fun, you know? Those are official press rollerblades. Yeah, exactly.
I mean, when you're soaking wet, you're just less interested in protesting, that's for sure. Yeah, I'm seeing more and more of these strikes from Iran today got through and hit targets in Israel. Man. Goodness.
We work for God. We work for God. That's why we don't get shot. Really, that's my security, bro. God.
At least one civilian is killed and dozens injured in one ballistic missile strike on residential areas in central Israel. The latest strikes on residential buildings across Israel and Jerusalem have escalated the war to an entirely new dimension. Israel is not taking this lightly, according to open source intel.
It looks like we got some time here, so I'm gonna thank you.
So according to the Defense Department, 3 drones were launched from inside of Iraq that were intercepted after targeting a U.S. position.
Corey 2S's, thank you for that super chat. Dispatch
It's something like that that is going to draw the United States into this. So we got to be careful and we got to have restraint.
Tony, looks peaceful. Cutie Pie, thanks for becoming a member again. Julie Loomis,
Fire hose adult slip and slide.
Ryan Shimon, LA Confidential, thank you. There's a Lowrider LA Confidential. Hey, if you guys want to check out some Lowrider content, sub to LA Confidential on YouTube. Thank you. Funker L, thank you. Zachary Joseph Rosehart, Janae Combs, Zachary Joseph again, Johnny Broadway.
Direct hit on a residential building. Damn.
And Sydney, thank you guys all for your super chats and memberships.
People are saying that Iran might not have any oil fields tomorrow.
I know I got a PayPal or two, man.
Interceptions outside the atmosphere.
All right, LAPD's moving east on first. You want to get behind him? Or wait till sheriff? There's a big group of LAPD moving east. It looks like there's already LAPD up on that corner on Broadway and First, so I think
Got a small little group here in San Antonio. Keep an eye on. Jeremy was saying these protesters are non-bathers and they're protesting Trump because he showers daily. Forcing people to shower is cruel and unusual punishment.
An electric one? Oh shit! Huh?
I mean, you can't tell us that.
It's pretty simple if you look at it, but
then go out and book tours. So this man is seized in power like I've never seen happen before, and he's fucking winning right now.
right? The real problem is
This is DC.
Right, they're already assassinating Democratic people, and so we're losing right now. We're down. So it's a damn shame that they came to this point, but we're here. And so no matter what, I'm gonna do my part. And I think everybody that ever cared about this country, man, we have to fight like never before. And I hope the Democrats light a fire in their ass. First of all, get some of these old people out here. Let them go fucking retire, please. Get AOC, get some young blood in there. Maxwell Frost, get some young people in here who are fired the hell up and willing to fight and willing to lay it on the line. Because right now, we're looking at a straight dictatorship.
You think if it was a dictator, you'd be out there wearing that uniform? Get out of here, dude. You are crazy. Oh, where'd it go? Hang on. Right here. Speaking of AOC, Rep. Nancy Mays posted this. Neck's working harder than her brain.
And it talks duck, maybe it's a duck. Okay? If it walks like a duck and it talks like a duck, maybe it's a duck. Okay? If it walks like a duck and it talks like a
Get out of here. Get off my screen. It's downtown San Antonio. These are LA. This is back to DC. You want to see DC? Okay.
Close it out. No. Come over here. No, you're good. Thank you. So just get ready to close it out. Remember, the microphone up here is working. So whenever you're ready. I just want to see. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. It was Democrats murking other Democrats there. You gotta love how they just run with the first mainstream, the first story that's told. And that's like what Ed Krasenstein did here. Let me pull this up.
Did you get his name? Huh? Rig?
Breaking: two Democrat lawmakers in Minnesota, Democrat Senator John Hoffman and Rep. Melissa Hortman, were just shot in their homes by a gunman impersonating a police officer. Is MAGA going to condemn this violence? Oh, that didn't age very well when turns out the perpetrator was one of Tim Wall's buddies. Oops. Oops. Somebody said he always blows his loader. Yeah. Yeah, disgrace to the uniform, that's for sure, Jamie.
That, CNN or Fox has Rig come on and say what he has to say.
Oh, you're right, Jay. People show up early wearing diapers.
That will never
That's
happen.
crazy.
You ready? All right, go ahead.
All right, guys. We're going to close out. Before we do, we are going to welcome new members and read some super chats. So, picking up where I left off last time, Guava says, I got to say, living in...
Let's go back to LA.
Man, I need a new pair of shoes. I like completely wore these motherfuckers out.
not be releasing the
Oh, yeah, I just need
manifesto.
new insoles, dude. I'm like 250, dude, 250 pounds. Getting in like 25,000 steps every day. I got bunions.
This is a good post here by Clint Russell. It says, Trump was elected and has now been stopped at every turn by radical judges, and yet we still have tens of thousands of people protesting against him under the No Kings banner. Are these people idiots or just evil? What king are you protesting? And that was a rhetorical question. They're evil. Bicycle gang assemble.
Hey, Nacho, thank you for the support, the PayPal. James and ATX, thank you. And Phrase, thank you for that PayPal earlier. Let me see if I missed anybody. Today's the 14th. Thank you for Mrs. Bailey, thank you. And Tricky Ricky from yesterday. You need water, bro? You don't have no water? I got one. You need it for? Hold on.
It's San Antonio.
And Casper, the friendly ghost, thank you for that cash app. Yeah, I got you. I gotta put this down. But yeah, hold it. Anywhere you go on the top.
Don't forget to like and subscribe.
If I gotta put it down. Oh, all right. And with this, the whole shit fits on top of my camera.
That's sick.
So I thought I was gonna just post up with the tripod.
You wanna give your phone a big jolt of battery right now? I got a power pack.
That's good. Hey.
Oh, hell yeah. Thank you.
That's my only one though.
Lifesaver.
Oh, where's mine?
How are you? Okay? You have yours?
This was just waterfall it. Waterfall it.
All right.
That's ours. That's our all we got. Till we die.
They cut Father's Day cards for the moms.
We gotta conserve it. I gotta put it here because I lost the other one. These side things, I think some people steal them.
I think this was the lady that got ran off the other day. It might not be the same one.
Yeah, I am. Can you scoot this way? Right, I can tell you it's a very, very fluid situation right now. You have police, they have formed a line, a skirmish line, again, protecting the public, protecting property from some of these protesters. I can tell you they have been throwing a number of things at law enforcement. We're talking about rocks, concrete, commercial grade fireworks. And so you've seen law enforcement here protecting themselves, deploying tear gas and rubber bullets, doing everything they can to try and keep this community safe. They have been moving the protesters along through different locations in here and separating them.
Who's the guy we were watching the other day, Dave something?
During some of this extreme violence. Now, this began today with a massive protest. There were thousands of people here for, again, you know, what these anti-ICE protesters have been calling, you know, the No Kings Day parade. So you had, you know, thousands of protesters here. And again, things were calm, things were peaceful throughout the day, but
yeah, I think so, Chris. One intersection. They keep showing the same one right here.
For the downtown area, you saw that criminal element. You saw people come out
This is
and they're
DC.
just hurling things at law enforcement, bottles, boulders, rocks, and I mean that was just tonight. I mean, if we talk about since last Saturday, I mean the list of weapons and things that have been thrown at these officers here to protect and serve is just horrible. Hammers. I mean, I've seen people like hitting the sidewalk and like getting pieces of cement and throwing it at law enforcement. Just extremely dangerous. And again, we've heard that message from local leaders, state and federal officials saying this extreme violence will not be tolerated. And you can see they're doing their best right now to try and curb the violence. Again, that curfew was is set to go in effect in about an hour, but they have issued a dispersal announcement. They told the crowd that they need to leave. They did that earlier because of the violence that erupted. And so again, you have people out here, they're saying that they want everything to be peaceful, but then again, we see that violence, we see that criminal element. I'm going to continue to walk a little bit more on the sidewalk here. So when I talk about how fluid it is, it's extremely fluid. I mean, I started off this live shot just about a block away, and you can see how much law enforcement has moved since then. And on the other side of LAPD here, there's a
Who they steal the hammer from?
I mean, I talked to one of my law enforcement sources, told me about maybe 30 minutes ago or so, there's still thousands of people down here. That is what he told me. And so, and that he wasn't sure how long it was going to be like this. You know, we were hoping today that it would be peaceful. You know, President Donald Trump, he deployed the National Guard, the 4,000 National Guardsmen, the Marines, the National Guard. They're here protecting federal buildings and federal personnel here. Right now on the street, you see LAPD, you know, doing their best with some of these rioters who continue to square off with them. I mean, you can see some of the officers running there. They're on the move. I mean, that's what we've been seeing all night long. You know, they move together, they walk together, and then they break off, and they are heading towards something. And you never know. You never know what they're going after. You know, at one point we heard it sounded like someone was revving up their motorcycle in the crowd. That's when we noticed some of the rubber bullets being
Motorcycle?
fired. People were again throwing
Confusing
things at
people with that kind of
I
lingo.
witnessed it. They were throwing bottles, and you can hear on the other side of the crowd someone revving up what sounded like a motorcycle. I mean, it could be so dangerous if they would have busted through that crowd and came right at law enforcement. And so again, they are doing their best to protect themselves. But since Saturday, I mean, more than 500 arrests related to protest activity. Again, most of them for people failing to disperse. You know, the unlawful assembly has been called multiple times, of course, throughout the week. That curfew has been issued for a mile around downtown, 8 p.m. to 6 a.m. in the morning. But here we are an hour out. And I mean, just take a look. I don't know, Andy, if you're able to get a good shot of that, but just how large that crowd is. It seems like they're moving slow. It doesn't seem like they have any interest in leaving. And that curfew is about to go into effect. So again, a very, very fluid scene here. We're continuing to monitor it and just hoping that things can stay relatively calm. I know it's not. We have those down moments. Right now was a down moment, but again, things changed very quickly here. Back to you.
Weeks, not days. How about that?
So it does look like we have daybreak over in the Middle East.
Today, they were
So I
outside some of the buildings
anticipate
along, the march.
No more strikes until tomorrow evening for the U.S. in the U.S. time zone.
They have, with the 5, I regret selling my Sauron. Oh, man, you'll get another one. Once you open that Pandora's box, it's over. You will be getting another one. Batman Lifestyle, HicksFam.com. Thank you, bro. All things considered, pretty chill right now. Service is pretty good.
Getting hoed by the police, and then they have the nerve.
I heard one of the cops say something about a guy on a bike, but then I looked up and none of them really seemed to be bothered with me being here. So we're gonna stay here until the very last second, and we'll know. We'll know when the last second is. What up, everybody who just joined Kick? Chat.
Come on.
What up?
Hey, we don't want nobody to get hurt. Come on.
There was a wizard out there today. I can't remember if it was in LA or if that was somewhere else.
Pretty chill.
But we saw a wizard earlier.
Follow. If you do nothing else, please do that. We're gonna hang out here for a little bit longer, and then we're going to continue.
I guess he accidentally ended his stream.
Watching, you're missing out. True, chat. Go to LA Captain on YouTube. Find the most viewed stream if you have the ability to watch 2 things at once. You can hear the scanner comms, these ones that I have on my chest, which I forgot that I had on, so let's turn it back on. You can hear them at the same time. I got it on, though, so you don't really need it.
So units on Broadway and 2nd. Stop that hole. Open up.
Broadway and 2nd.
The eastbound side.
So it sounds like that's where the group is.
On 2nd Hill Street.
Big crowd moving back here.
Let's see. What'd you see?
So they're moving on Hill. They're moving west on Hill Street.
No, I didn't see the woman who assaulted officers the other night with a motorcycle. Huh.
So here's how we're looking right now. Frostman with the 2. Keep it clean like a wash machine. You got it, player. Thank you, bro. Engineer Ed with the 5. Thank you. Almost 7
Jamie,
p.m.
you're tired. I'm kind of tired
Curfew in
too.
1 hour,
I've been
folks.
tired for the past few days.
Once curfew hits, we're really going to be moving different. We're going to be much more moving quickly. Shout out to everyone in chat right now. Chat, where are you guys watching from? Everywhere. Everyone on YouTube and Kick Chat. Where are you guys tuned in from? City, state. Let me know right now. Now. Where are you watching from? LA, Houston, Miami.
Oh, the DC one wrapped up. Alright, gotta find another DC stream. Las Vegas. There's some in my eye. I know, man. I'm laughing at the Democrats. It's just still us. Yeah, Jamie, I tried to sleep as late as I could today, knowing that I'd probably have a late night streaming. But honestly, I'm already getting kind of bored. I want to see more than just people standing around. AXN seems to be the one that's in the most prime area. He keeps getting the flashbangs on camera and stuff like that.
We can probably get up there.
Chris sent me that video, just me. I'll play it for you. Give me 1 second to pull it up.
Yeah. I didn't know this was the courthouse.
Here's that video he was talking about. Whoa. Whoa, she kind of got clotheslined. Was that on purpose, or was she just being a woman driver? What's up, Bill? How you doing? Thanks for sending me that, Chris. That was crazy.
Oh, that's us. I told you. I need a real
These cops are like, let's just stand here and just fire into the crowd. This will be fun. It's like paintball all day. Let's see, are my settings turned up all the way? Yeah, it is. Okay. So this is LA. Alice is going to be joining you tomorrow about 9:30 in the morning. Man, you guys are too early for me. I can't get up that early. I miss your guys' show on Sundays every time, so I apologize, but I'll get there one day. Maybe if my wife is up, wakes me up. Yes, sir, Bill. God bless President Trump. He's in a difficult situation right now with Israel doing all this stuff without our permission, essentially. Letting us know is one thing, but they definitely don't have the United States blessing as far as I'm concerned, but
This guy's really good at Call of Duty.
watch it later and comment. Yeah, I will. Yeah, you can post a link, man. Chris is going to post the link to the community's new channel is what it really is. It's kind of a collaboration of a lot of folks. Mostly Chris. Don't want to take any credit away. But it's just a little Sunday worship type thing. Like I said, I haven't been able to join live yet, but one of these days maybe I will. Maybe I'll come on cam too with you. But yeah, feel free to post that link, Chris.
I think I'll cop to it.
All right, let's check out some other stream here. Let's see what John is doing. So John posted up over here.
Trying to charge everything as possible while we're staying right here.
I'm trying to see. Do we think this is the same? Not sure.
Oh shit! I got a random like tear gas. Taste.
I'm gonna set up a blocking force through that parking lot. Because once the units that are on Broadway come down towards the
Let's go, chat.
No Kings. No Kings. That's San Antonio. Looks like they came in here and just broke it all up.
Appreciate my coverage today.
Oh. There was a little group. It looks like it might have got broken up.
And like the stream.
This is Spokane.
Burgers of the two. Be safe. Thank you.
Look at a little mix here.
People are moving down the street now. People are moving. People are walking down this way.
Okay, people are moving in LA. Let's go back. All right, we'll keep it here for a sec.
I see you later with the 5. Thank you.
Says 9 a.m. You rang the notification bell. Cool.
Thank you. Dan, you guys see that guy in the yellow? I think he got tagged, bro. You see him scrambling?
He's in a bad spot, but I think he's learned from his first term on certain issues like protests. But we still think he got bad advice from. We still think he got bad advice from his advisors. Yeah, I think so too. And I still think that Trump has too many neocons around him. Better than before, but.
Protesters coming westbound, eastbound. The blocking force on the north side.
Make sure everybody hits that like button, please. Truly helps me out.
What name with the 20? Chicago in the house. Thank you. What name? People are scrambling this right now.
Well, audio just kicked in.
Blocking this whole road down below me.
So the police are on the move. That's them moving to the right up there. This is them, same group. This is also the same group.
Helicopters up above, Marines down there on the corner.
I'm not sure what this is. Where's this at? Oh, this is DC. Okay.
The rider's back there.
So he's back. He's back really far.
They're moving down there.
Hey, what's up, Ed said? Jesus is king. Ex-atheist turned Christian from Arkansas. Don't give up on the deceived. Jesus is working on them. Amen, brother. Well said. Thanks for adding that.
Karen, thank you for the 5.
So they started moving, but they didn't really go very far. But they're still moving up there, I guess.
Covering the protest. Feel like we're there. Thank you, bro.
All right.
Let me turn this down for a second. So
That man needs a bra. I missed it.
Sounds like there's some stuff going on 2 streets further on 4th. That's what I'm hearing. But it's a kind of crazy scene right here. PA with the base member. Thank you, bro.
They got a lot of mountain biker cops out today. Look in Spokane, they got them out here, and they got them out in
With the 50 Ellie. Hold on, I'm gonna read that in a second.
DC.
It's kind of cracking right here. I'm on chat. Oh shit! Hold on, we got some big stuff.
Uh-oh.
Giving these guys a sidewalk here. What's that? No, we're good. I'm good with them. No, they're with me. They're right here. We're keeping about 10 yards off. Hey, have your sergeant step up. Have him come talk to me. All right, super guys, media, just come up.
Okay, no, it's trash. So the curfew goes into effect in less than an hour, 48 minutes in LA. I don't anticipate any escalation from the police or the law enforcement or anything. They have not been arresting people that are out past the curfew lately.
This car right here, just stay parallel with it, okay? Just stay parallel with the car.
Yeah. All right. Just trying to keep an eye out on everything. Make sure we don't miss any of the exciting stuff. Thank you to everyone who has subscribed and hit that like button. Yeah, Bill, it's crazy. It says it still boggles my mind how many people are clueless and are easily influenced by the mainstream media about all the lies. Yeah, dude, it's like they read page 1 and they're like, "Oh, this is a bunch of fake news," but then they turn to page 2 to read the news. Doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me, but they're the left. Not a lot that they do makes sense to me. Dang it. Ed said, it's shocking to know I was brainwashed by mainstream media and evil thoughts of lust and revenge. Jesus breaks all chains. Thankful. Yeah, man. Lots of them know they're just afraid of being kicked out of the cult. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Let's see what we got. So John decided to move. We'll cruise along with him.
Oh, right now.
Oh.
Here's how we're looking from the other side of where we just were. They're pushing actually, so I don't know how this is gonna work. Less lethal being fired. Right, people are really running.
But you ain't showing it.
I think we're good though. I think some people, it's their first day here, and all these sounds kind of spook them when they hear the pops. I mean, I don't want to get hit with a rubber bullet. I don't think anyone does, but sometimes you see people running, you think it's like going down. It's really not. Yo, Ellie, I want to thank you again for that 50. That's super generous. Ellie, you already know damn well you don't have to spend a dime in here. So thank you, Ellie. That Michigan guy with the 100, that's huge too. Thank you, bro. Thanks, guys.
Jamie's back.
Thank you.
Yeah, exactly, Bill. Go home if you don't like America. You don't sit there and show your ass waving some other country's flag and acting like you deserve something from this country. It doesn't make any sense. You couldn't do that anywhere else on planet Earth either, man. That's playing on the kindness that we project as Americans to people that they don't deserve.
That was a huge.
Yeah, try that in any other country, see what happens. Exactly. Jamie made you have to get ice cream.
Police trucks are pulling up right now. Look at all these slammer vans. Well, these aren't slammer vans, but.
So the shields came out in DC. San Antonio's just dark.
There probably was fireworks. It was a super deep boom. Didn't sound like what they've been using today. Here's how we're looking here. There's still a lot of people out here.
Yeah, a lot of people.
A lot of people out here on Broadway.
I don't know if it's true.
I don't either. Active shooter alarm being heard over loudspeakers at Fort Hood just a few minutes ago. Allegedly unconfirmed.
Frank with the 999. Nice job out there. Thank you, bro. Thank you, Frank. CHP out here. On the left, all CHP.
Bro, you're crazy riding your bike up along all them cop cars.
Marches all over the place. In the city.
You did those at 10 p.m. Eastern?
They pretty much cleared out the whole area.
They were
around City
prescribed.
Hall. That's all cleared out. So this is what the outskirts look like. I mean, there's just people everywhere. It's going to be a disaster trying to clear this entire area out. Curfew is in 40 minutes. I see a bunch of smoke going on. I think that's a tear gas that just got popped off, if I'm not mistaken. Or that could be a car doing burnouts. I don't know.
We don't got that on any other cams.
Bro, they opened up this fire hydrant. Fire hydrant spewing water. Thought I was in New York for a minute. Bro, so I think something's on fire down there, actually.
I want to see what it
can't tell
is.
if it's a burnout or
Get
if something's
closer.
on fire. Streets are positively packed. People everywhere. I'm pretty sure it's burnouts. Because I don't smell any tear gas. We would have smelled it from here.
False? Okay. Thanks, Chris. No shots. Unconfirmed in Fort Hood.
Keep it tight.
Appreciate that, Chris.
Yeah, it's smoke. Burnout smoke.
Oh, wow. Bill with the 20. Thanks, Bill.
No, I've been saying the last few days.
Copy on me, brother. Make America great again. 100%, Bill. Thanks a lot, man. Made my night. Appreciate you.
It's rubber. It's burnt rubber. Someone was just burning out for like 20 minutes. This hydrant is going absolutely haywire. Pretty crazy out here.
Yeah, this dude rides his bike like a madman. That thing goes fast. My wife is watching. I think I want one of these for Christmas. We can get matching. We can get a matching set.
Torn up tonight. One thing is going to happen or the other. It's either going to get torn up or the cops are about to arrest everybody.
I hope so.
I mean it.
Let's go with option B.
I don't think they're going to have enough vans and buses for how many people they want to arrest. And if that doesn't happen, people are about to turn up, bro. I don't even know. I've never seen anything like this my whole life. I've lived in LA my whole life. I've never seen anything quite like this.
Oh, he's got me kind of hyped now.
It's pretty wild. And right now, I'm not saying that it's crazy at this moment. There's just a lot of people out here, bro. And they're all like ready to do something. You know what I mean?
I knew this No King's Day would ramp everything back up.
And causing damage and stuff, but they're all so turned up. It's kind of like, damn. It's just like, yeah, I don't know. Something just blew up. I think that was a car two-step or something. Because I didn't see any police even over here. Obviously, they know about what's going on over here, probably, but...
Look at all that graffiti.
We're going to move forward a little bit. I'm doing crazy stuff. I'm going to go way up, and then we're going to get a shot of this big march. Because it is massive. Cops to the left right here. So they do know about what's going on. Cops are posting up right here. Another huge explosion. Sounds like fireworks.
Yeah, that was a mortar. Or not a mortar, that's probably like an M80 or something. Yeah, House, I just saw that, but then I just saw another article, or another thing that said that that was not true, unconfirmed. I'm not sure, House. But I wouldn't be surprised. There's like so many different things happening right now.
I think the front is still even further ahead of us, but we're going to try and get you guys a whole shot of everything right now. I want to park up, watch the whole march so I can charge all my batteries. Oh, here we go. We're finally ahead of them. You know how we did it? With an e-bike.
This guy's setup is cool. He's got the e-bike, and so he can use the battery on the e-bike to charge his his phone and his cameras and everything like that. And so
There it
as long
is.
as he's got that big massive battery,
Yeah, right on time.
he can keep everything going. Yeah, I hope they're safe. If there is something going on there in Fort Hood,
All right, perfect.
I'll see
We're
what
gonna
I can
post up,
find.
Watch everybody come through. I'm gonna charge all my stuff. I'm gonna go bad mic for a bit. I gotta charge my stream phone. So that's what's going on.
I'm not seeing anything even mentioning it. So I don't know. Weird headline that scrolled by and just disappeared. Hearing multiple reports of Fort Hood being on lockdown, active shooter.
Nearby. Yo, lock the door. Thank you, bro. Sorry if I missed any like super chats and stuff during.
Here, let me just pull this up real quick. Hearing multiple reports of Fort Hood being under lockdown, active shooter. Don't know if this is true or not, unconfirmed.
Active shooter. Active shooter incident is occurring on the installation. Avoid all outdoor areas. If the active shooter is in your building or nearby, lock the door. Silence your...
Yeah, lock it up. Just heard the shooter is being caught 2 minutes ago. I don't know. Okay. I don't know. A lot of speculation. Okay. This is DC. People just smiling, hanging out.
Oh, God. Get down.
So it's like a fire hydrant's going nuts.
Go.
Well, we'll give it a little bit of time to develop, and we'll check back in on that story.
Yo, if you want me to read your message, super chat, etc., now's the time. Get in at 56 with 2. Reminder, it's U.S. Flag Day.
Now we got some movement here. XN, this is LA. All right, they're pushing forward. All right. Remind everybody, we're up on the Jar Openers podcast channel and on America First TV. America First TV is the channel dedicated to my daily videos. I have been taking a break from those daily videos, just doing these lives. And I've actually broken my live show that we do 3 times a week, every Monday, Wednesday, and Saturday at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. I've broken that off and separated it from America First TV onto its own channel called the Jar Openers Podcast. Just so you guys know, if you want to support the live show, make sure you find your way over to the Jar Openers Podcast in the description. There's a link. And make sure you subscribe over there. It's a free way you can help me out. I'm trying to get that one monetized. But nevertheless, thanks for watching, wherever you are.
You brought the beers?
These libtards are really insane. They scream, burn shit down, loot stores in the name of justice for illegal aliens, but then cry how they were mistreated and if they're ever held accountable. Yeah, double standard for sure. Rules for thee. Fox 11 is heating up.
Yeah, those shoot the
Whoa, these guys picked up some canisters from the police. I wouldn't be showing that.
Just remember where they shot the most and come after it. The intersection will be full.
Crazy. San Antonio is just nothing now. I'm gonna go ahead and shut San Antonio down.
I thought he had a box of unspent. Yeah, right. Like he's supplying them. The undercover Corona bottle.
This is Vegas. Vegas has a pretty heavy police presence. There's a lot of people around too, standing around. Fox 11. Let me see if I can what I can come up with. There's another angle. It's like an aerial view. This is LA.
It does not surprise me because we see this happening continuously. The people who are there for
So this place right here is called $1 million theater.
on a cause that they believe they want to
They've
show
got
their
some
state,
real weird
their
things on the
concern.
architecture.
And it was
There's people on the balcony right here.
including the San Fernando Valley.
It's worth a stop if you come downtown
They were
and see all this
protesting in
stuff.
a lawful manner. What we see happening now as we get closer to the curfew time downtown, we have these people who are coming in there simply to cause trouble, cause problems, and to agitate and have confrontation with the police. I hope many of them get arrested because what they're serving is a disservice to the people who are there for legitimate concern that they have, that they want to voice their objection, and they have the right to do that under the laws of our land. But these people are simply there to agitate, to cause problems, and to break the law. So we should accommodate them by bringing in the crews and arresting them and taking them down, booking them, letting them go.
Figured I'd throw the American flag shirt on with the bandana for Flag Day.
And we have a U.S. attorney in this area who's very aggressive in
The bandana is a regular part of the repertoire.
other than create problems. That's exactly what they're doing, and we need to respond to that.
Do I got a repertoire? I don't even know.
We got sufficient uniform.
I don't even know if I said it right.
We're on a full mobilization within the Los Angeles Police Department, and we have the resources to handle it. So they will handle it appropriately. But this happens when we come to the hour of darkness as we're approaching that curfew time, which I'm glad the mayor
Magic
has
hour.
the curfew because we need to clear this area out.
Magic hour.
Get this done.
But Dennis, Gigi Graciette here. Thank you for joining us on Fox 11. Dennis, if they didn't disperse when they got the dispersal order, do we really have any faith that they're going to leave when the 8 p.m. hour reaches and the curfew goes into effect?
No.
Well, then they'll be arrested. Then they'll simply be arrested because now they're breaking the curfew, so they'll be arrested for the violation. So
This guy hasn't been watching the last week. They don't just get arrested for breaking the curfew.
5 minutes, 30 minutes left before that time.
They should.
25 minutes. So as we come to the hour of 8 o'clock, we're just past 7:30. So we'll see what happens with it. But then the command will be, let's move in and let's start arresting these people because they're simply there to agitate. They're not there for anything other than to create problems. And we saw the person doing donuts in the middle of the intersection. They're there to create this problem. And clearly,
Okay, that was somebody doing donuts a minute ago when we saw that smoke.
so those command posts have plenty of personnel to handle it, not only with the LAPD, but the Sheriff's Department.
This guy's got a shield.
On this
Looks like he made it out of a stop sign.
Agencies that are assisting. So there's plenty of personnel there. They bring in the buses, and that's what I said initially when this started, to arrest these people, get them out of there, let them go through
Spokane.
the justice system, and then we can bring this matter to conclusion, and hopefully we can go back to normalcy next week.
And Los Angeles County District Attorney Nathan Hochman, as you mentioned, Dennis, has made it abundantly clear that he plans to prosecute anyone arrested.
These guys are
whether
shooting.
he's simply violating the curfew, failing to disperse, or some
Oh, he
more
got
serious
hit in the
charges.
face or
Dennis, I don't
something.
know if
Oh,
you
he's
heard,
probably
but
holding his
LA
eyes
County
from the
Sheriff's
smoke
Department has
or from the
confirmed that at least one
pepper
deputy
balls.
has already been injured.
Well, I know that some LAPD officers have been injured also. Fortunately, not critical injury, but they have been injured. Now, man, these officers aren't used to this type of activity. I joined in 1968, so I've been through a lot of situations and turmoil within the city. And many of these officers, the first time they've encountered something like this. But with our department shrinking, as we see shrinking with 8,800 officers, there's officers that are going to look at this and say, do I really want to continue with this? This is not unusual. This is a very unusual occurrence. We don't see this happening very often in Los Angeles. And I hope those officers will understand this is a unusual situation. But again, since my time when I joined LAPD in 1968, I've been through many of these situations, and you get numb to it after a period of time, but you understand this is what we need to do to maintain law and order in a civilized society that we have here in the United States of America. So they will encounter this. Many of these officers, again, the first time they've encountered something like this, normally you tell someone to comply, they comply of this situation. But again, remember this afternoon, everybody was obeying. Everybody was complying. It was a wonderful, could have been a festival. And what it turned out to now is as darkness sets in, they're professional agitators, and these are simply there to create problems and to agitate and to stir the pot. That's exactly what they do. And some of them want to be arrested. So I'm sure we'll accommodate that and incarcerate them.
Well, Dennis, you've dated yourself. Gigi and I were talking about the many
The cops are just leaving canisters everywhere. Crazy.
Fell in love. That's what it feels like to fall in love at first sight. That's what it's like. Bro, that thing was nuts.
Right. Don't worry, Gruesome Newsome Newscom will stand with him and bail them out. Follow the money. Who's funding mass protests? Soros, AFCIO, taxpayer dollars. Yeah, coordinated attack, American way of life. 100%. Those are from the cops. Just me. Yeah, those are like the canisters that they have like all their pepper balls in probably, and they just take the lid off and dump it right in like a paintball gun or whatever. It's kind of how I relate it. And then they just drop the empty canister on the ground.
Hold on, folks. Mike's out for a second. I'm going to put it back in shortly. We're just charging the phone still.
Yeah, all against Trump. Happy birthday, President Trump. The best president of my lifetime for sure. He's in a tough position right now. They litter, how dare they? He's like, I'll go to green light. If only Greta was here.
All right, chat, we're still charging up. Sorry, audio's not great right now, but mike's coming back in. I just want to get as things as charged as possible before 8 p.m. hits in 20 minutes. Curfew's coming up hot. Shout out to everyone who's tuned in the chat on both chats. Shout out to my mods. Shout out to everyone who super chatted. Shout out to everyone who bought from my website today. Thank you all for this.
Wild. So AXN, he stays up in it. He stays in the mix.
He just wants all the media behind the bumper of this first cop car.
Shots fired in Salt Lake.
There's a lot of people here, bro.
5 minutes ago, breaking. Shots fired during a protest in Salt Lake City, Utah. Gunfire erupted amid an anti-government demonstration, causing crowds to flee. Police have arrested a suspect and are investigating possible casualties. Emergency services are on site, and authorities have urged protesters to disperse calmly. Let me see if I can show this.
It's more like 80% officers. Oh no, 70% officers, 50% media, 15% protesters.
Yeah, I can show it. They got him. Oops. So yeah, just right here, breaking USA, shots fired during a protest in Salt Lake City, Utah. Gunfire erupted amid an anti-government demonstration, causing crowds to flee. Police have arrested a suspect and are investigating possible casualties. Emergency services are on site, and authorities have urged protesters to disperse calmly. Here's the video. There's nothing in it.
Oh my God, that's a gun. That's a gun. Come on. Come on. Get out. Get over here. Jay, come here. That was a gun. Okay.
All right, let's go back and compare the sound.
Oh my God.
You know what? That doesn't sound too different from what we're hearing in Los Angeles, but look, I'm not gonna say that it wasn't a gunshot. That's for sure. This is the guy. Supposedly. Israel cockblocked Greta. Right? Good thing she was released from her horrendous. How dare her? How dare you? Yep, that's a gun. Doesn't sound similar. Yeah, it does sound similar. One person is critically injured and one person is in custody. Thank you. I'll see what else I can find. What kind of video do we got from Salt Lake City? At least one person. One critically injured with life-threatening injuries. That's all we're getting so far on X.
Oh my God, that's a good.
Yeah, so it's just a lot of the same type of footage. Everybody's running. Yeah, it's crazy.
The Knights Templar.
Thanks for the sub over on the Jar Openers channel. Appreciate you.
They should have sprayed them up.
No, they shouldn't have.
And the Magic Dragon. Did you see that when the thing came down?
So this is a detriment.
Yeah, that's right. That's what they've been doing off and on throughout this evening when protesters commit some extreme act of violence, hurling objects at them, throwing things, rocks, bottles, fireworks. This has been going off and on all night, and the crowd continues to be pushed back by these police officers that are doing their best to protect the community and property. It looked like somebody was possibly throwing something from one of these buildings, from the top of one of these buildings. So officers, they had moved around, they moved forward, and they were looking up and just trying to make sure. I mean, just such a dangerous situation. I mean, we're here in downtown. You've got these condos and people in these condos watching what's happening, and so they're watching for potential bad actors from an elevated level. I mean, that's what they're dealing with. They're worried about potential threats not only on the ground but even higher in some of these buildings here in downtown LA. And this continues to be a very evolving situation. They're telling somebody to drop something right now. This is an example here. You know, the officers just trying to protect themselves again in this very, very fluid situation. And that's what the sheriff was talking about when he says his deputies are still facing dangerous situations. Since last Thursday, there have been more than 500 arrests in the LA area related to protest activity, many of them for failure to disperse, others for more serious charges, including looting, attempted murder with a Molotov cocktail, and assault with a deadly weapon on a police officer. If we have that video from earlier that we shot, you know, just showing some of the mayhem down here, if you could go ahead and roll that and just show what the police and sheriff's deputies, what they're having to deal with. Now, there have been some peaceful protests here in LA this week, and law enforcement was out in full force today to try and keep them that way. But, you know, here you go again. You've got this violence in the downtown area, and the No King's Day protests. There were at least 40 different events of those held in LA County. Law enforcement was aware of at least 200 of them statewide. And meantime, you got these Democrats continuing to criticize President Donald Trump for deploying 4,000 National Guardsmen and 700 Marines to the area. But as Trump administration officials say, they are here in LA to protect federal property. We're getting a message.
If you follow us, there's a good chance you're gonna get hit with the bottle. I'm gonna send people across the street 2-3 at a time. All right?
Oh, dang.
Take this group right here, this small group, and walk across.
Okay.
Hold on.
Okay. So that is, yes, we're on media. So this is an example of police trying
Did you guys catch
to
that?
guide us, help us, move us to safe locations as these protesters continue to move. And what I was talking
He said they were
about at the
launching
beginning of this
stuff
live
off the
shot,
building.
possibly things
Glass
being
bottles
lobbed
and
at them.
stuff.
from an elevated level. That's what we're talking about here. And he's getting a shot, so you could see how tall that building is right here above this intersection. So
They messed somebody up.
law enforcement looking out for that, trying to make sure no one is up there trying to commit any acts of violence. But again, going back to what the Trump administration said about federal intervention, about having the National Guard and Marines here, they say it was needed to address the, quote, lawlessness that has been allowed to fester during the riots here in LA. And their federal partners, they say they're going to continue. Let me skip back just a little bit. They say they're going to continue to enforce immigration law. They're going to continue with these immigration sweeps.
Yeah, I'm going to step away. I'll be right back.
Necessary, they said, to keep the community safe. They've already arrested, they say, a number of illegal aliens with prior criminal histories that include drug trafficking, assault, cruelty to a child, domestic violence, robbery, and smuggling. They say that was some of the prior criminal histories for some of the illegal aliens that they have arrested during these immigration sweeps here this week that protesters continue to call out and say they want stopped. Again, Trump administration officials saying they are trying to keep the peace and trying to help keep the area safe. So here we are again. We're at this intersection. We're 8 minutes away from when that curfew was supposed to go into place. Earlier, just hours ago, they had they issued a dispersal order because of the violence that erupted here, and it's unclear how long this goes on tonight. It really is. I mean, people just keep moving around. Yes. Yes. That's That's right. Every single minute. Incredibly dangerous. If somebody did in fact drop, rocks, concrete, just any kind of object from that elevated level here on those officers, who knows how that could turn out. Just extremely dangerous. It's like we were seeing in Paramount last Saturday. You had protesters, rioters
Had to get me
throwing
some cons.
boulders and cement at officers, at law enforcement vehicles. I mean, that could have caused a crash. That could have killed someone. So this is the extreme violence that we're talking about. And if someone in fact is doing that, again, so much surveillance video, so many surveillance cameras around here, law enforcement is going to comb through that evidence, and that could be, a potential assault with a deadly weapon on a peace officer, right? I mean, these are serious charges, and law enforcement, they say they're not going to put up with it. They are not going to accept this extreme violence.
Do we believe her?
Back to you.
That's the true question. Do we believe her?
Well, it appears that they're trying to separate. It appears that they were trying to separate those very large crowds, and they were very effective in doing so, deploying the tear gas and the rubber bullets. That's what they were doing, and they were very successful in that effort. And compared to the thousands of people that were here hours ago, and how few people I'm seeing at this intersection right now, I would say their method is very, very effective. Lots of law enforcement here, huge presence. You have LAPD, you have sheriff's deputies. It sounds like we're hearing sirens about to come by right now. I'm not sure what is going on around the corner, but I would say they are doing an incredible job in a very unpredictable and dangerous situation. And also in terms of clearing them out, I imagine they are trying to get
Spokane has been nothing.
calling for people to disperse. They want people to leave this
This dude
area.
this dude's just been
and again,
walking
that's why
around.
they issued that curfew, city officials, from 8 p.m. to 6 a.m. For a mile around downtown LA.
I think you're out.
I believe they will. Now, I have not seen that happen yet. I have not been out here since this curfew has been in place. But when you're disobeying law enforcement, you're disobeying orders, that is what happens. And so, we're waiting to see what takes place next. I will tell you, in this intersection, it is cleared out. It is cleared out from what it was even just a half hour ago. So they are effective in their efforts here to move people away and stop them from gathering en masse in these locations throughout various points of downtown. And so it seems like things are safe here, but again, things could change at a moment's
Call me
notice. So we're
Karate
just
Kid.
continuing to monitor it all.
I mean, Daniel LaRusso?
On the cops, yeah, that's where we were when they were doing burnouts and stuff. Well, we were on like 7. We were on like 11.
All right, we have people
4th and
throwing
Broadway's
bottles
kind
over
of
the
a
roof,
ways
so
up.
we're going to clear the roof and then we'll move forward.
This is where everyone just scattered to, is down this street right here.
Okay, sorry. So we're just listening
See people coming
to the
around.
police there. They said they're going to clear the roof and then move us forward. I'm getting out of the way so Andy can get a direct line of vision of this intersection that they have so heavily guarded. I saw a couple more things being tossed at officers. Not sure
Konnichiwa.
what direction they are
Heard
coming
that before.
from.
I don't
but
know what that means.
Yes, at night you definitely have that criminal element.
But Kwanzaa, dude.
Opportunists that come in and take advantage of the situation, the looting, the vandalism. I was there too in Ferguson on the ground night after night, and you had a lot of that, unfortunately, and that is how it is played out here some nights. And so police doing their best, law enforcement doing their best to try and curb that violence. Again, these business owners, they've been through so much. I passed some of them that were boarded up in anticipation of what could happen here tonight. So we just have to hope and pray that people, just try and listen and follow the law. I mean, if they care at all about the messaging they say they are so passionate about, they wouldn't be out here committing this
Pseudo-normal?
violence.
Pseudo-nominal. What you guys just witnessed me eating was about the entirety of what I've eaten all day today.
Yeah, so the officer, he came
think I'm
over
gonna
and
go
just
for a
said they were going to
fast
clear
tomorrow.
the roof and then move us forward. So I can see a couple of
Hi.
people up there right now. It's unclear if they
I got
had
Parker.
anything to do with any of that activity, but I know that will definitely be investigated. And again, so many surveillance cameras here
Hello in Japanese. Okay,
downtown
I knew
LA.
I'd heard it
Sure,
before.
law enforcement will be looking at
We
that.
call it voodoo.
Back to you.
Parker. Don't scratch me, please.
Thank you.
Hi.
We're done. Thank you so much. I mean, okay.
She said, we're done.
Nancy texted me and telling me how great you're doing. Oh, thank you. Yeah.
Oh, no. Ow, that was my face. Do you guys see that? He just pawed me right in the nose. Parker, you gotta do better than that, girl. Nope. I'm gonna start pushing buttons on my phone. You're gonna spill my drink. Playing peekaboo with their giant claws on my face. I totally feel like she's scratching around the tip of my nose. She's a good girl, though.
Bad for people working with me.
She's my little buddy. She follows me everywhere most of the time.
Let's go. I mean, unless you want to. Are you good? I'm going to just skip this video. Okay. All right. Yeah. Okay, do we have
It's too bad they don't take a camera up on the roof with them whenever they go clear off that roof.
There you are. Okay. Yeah, okay. Would you guys mind standing right here? Just like, would you guys just sit, like, and just get pretend I'm not here. Not here.
look at me. Don't look at me. Don't look at me.
Don't look at me?
Thank you guys so much.
In YouTube chat, I'm not saying why, but people are getting banned. I hear less lethal going on down there. Someone's doing a burnout at the other end of the street. Any phone alert of the curfew? No, we didn't get one at 8 o'clock. Fascinatingly.
Oh, he's just saying they didn't get an alert on their
They're doing a mini
phones
takeover behind me.
at 8 o'clock over the curfew. The curfew was supposed to hit 2 minutes ago.
No, Kick Chat, you guys are good. I'm gonna be honest, I haven't looked at Kick Chat in like an hour.
Really? Thank you so much.
It hurts my shoulder. You want to take over the shoe for a little bit? Wait, you got 2 cameras? We're going to put a special guest.
Special guest. All right.
What happened?
We're gonna give AXN his union break. Labor laws.
Parker, open the door. I gotta close it again real quick. She's a door opener. KSL News. Okay, I'll check it out. Just me. Thanks. D-Day Cobra has had enough. He decided to call it a night. I figured I'm gonna go for a little while longer and see if anything happens with these as far as maybe escalations with this curfew. But it's just a lot of standing around right now. I don't know about you guys. I'm not getting kind of bored. I hate to say that. I'm trying to be entertaining. When I'm bored, gotta imagine. But let me check out what Just Me sent me. KSL. Oops. Anybody came over here from the Cobra cast, shout out to 199. All right, well, let's I'll keep this pulled up. Let's go over to KSL News and see what they can say, what we can learn about this shooting.
Down. People were heading home anyway because we were toward the end of this particular protest, of this event that was planned tonight. So a lot of people were already heading home. After the shooting, a lot of people stuck around because I know you felt like you went through something traumatic with a bunch of other people, and you're just kind of hanging around talking to each other about it. Like, what did you see? Can you believe this? What did you hear? I'm so happy we're okay. I feel so bad for the person that was shot. You kind of share your emotions with those who were there with you when it happened. So yes, there were still a few hundred protesters that were around, maybe even 1,000 protesters. Here goes another police car over here from Salt Lake City. And yeah, you just kind of shared that with each other. But as it's been more than an hour now, people have started going home. The scene where they brought somebody down, there were maybe a few dozen people that were part of the event that were still there. But just standing here another block away, waiting for police to chat with us, we've noticed people that were leaving and getting in their cars and going home.
Hey, what's the aluminum price right now, guys?
Out there, and as soon as officers do show up to give us an update, they will come to you live there in that situation.
Well, and as Alex was mentioning to us, he is trying to, it felt very quickly with him from the moment that the shot was fired, that we saw that victim to a man taken into custody. What we can tell you is that we saw a lot of this unfolding here from multiple camera angles inside the newsroom. And actually, when we took that first live look with Alex, we were looking at someone being handcuffed and then loaded into an ambulance. So it couldn't have been more than 15 to 20 minutes between that first shot and someone.
Do me a favor, hit that like button and subscribe to the channel.
Has been giving us that view as we
check out the links in the description, join the Discord, all that good stuff.
Location right there that apparently is where the victim was
She's Crazy
hit
Sonia, bro. She
by
said her
the
name was Crazy
gunshots.
Sonia.
And right
Yeah.
there between 100
I was like, what's your name?
and
She's
200
like,
South and State
Crazy
Street.
Sonia.
And this happening
She
just
lives
at
up to it.
879, right around there. And right now we're still trying to determine if there's one victim, if there's more than that. Police have let us know that there's one person that's critically injured, as you see there on the screen. In this protest, we had some 10,000 people or so that were marching peacefully from Pioneer Park and making their way up State Street, heading north, as Alex said, then when suddenly the shots went out. But again, a live look here from Chopper 5 here of the actual scene of where that person was shot. Apparently, the officers were able to respond very quickly.
Yeah, roped
and
off.
arrest the suspect within minutes. That goes to show you just where they were located and the vantage point that officers had and how they were prepared
resources
for
they
something
had,
like this.
you know, to kind of had, because this crowd at its largest point had swollen to be so big it was taking up 3 city blocks. And just before those shots were fired, we were watching this and just this incredible sea of people walking up and down State Street. They were headed towards the Wallace F. Bennett Federal Building, was our understanding. We did see them kind of circle around, so we were trying to see, maybe it's just so large they didn't know where to stop, maybe head back to Pioneer Park. And that's when these shots were fired, a person critically injured. If you are just now joining us, this is the area of State Street between 1 and 200 South, and you can expect blocks in every direction will be closed for the next several hours. Avoid the area if possible.
Yeah, you
if
can tell.
you have a loved one, someone that
dispersed.
participated in this rally, you'll want to make contact with them, but give each other the space to get out of downtown at this hour. Police activity investigation unfolding here as they try to understand what happened. We've heard from organizers who quickly said, we called on a peaceful protest. This is an outlier, someone that was looking to be an agitator and frighten and cause violence in the community.
Yeah, you know, we keep showing some of the same
Yes.
video here, but the reason why we keep showing some of the same video, because this really illustrates what happened and how quickly it unfolded downtown. Again, as we've been talking about, 10,000 people or so in this area. I mean, when shots go off, it's going to be a very terrifying experience. Some of the emotions coming from some of those that we interviewed, getting very emotional about the experience that they had.
And not knowing which direction to
Right,
go.
exactly.
Right,
Like,
as
do we
we're
go-
seeing this happen in the newsroom, we're seeing everyone running in every direction. You're trying to figure out where those sounds coming
Right.
from.
Even Alex and Emma
Yeah.
there. Let's get back to Emma Benson, who's there live at the scene. Emma, where are you at, and what do you see right now?
Hey guys, yeah, we're still here, 100 South and State Street. It looks like the crowd has mostly dispersed and cleared out. There were a lot of people earlier, but most of them have gone home, understandably so. It looks like there are still some police cars here. They had the area blocked off. I just want to point out that this is the area about right where it happened, where we heard the shots fired. People started running. It was just pure chaos, honestly. People just started running. I saw police officers run into the parking lot of that garage there of the building, Liberty Sky. It's an apartment complex.
Every time, Jamie.
Chasing someone into the
Every time the Democrats use any
I did, however, see
any
up
shooting
on the ground
as a
just
reason to
right
try to
here,
grab guns. Every time.
that was
Every time.
bleeding, and we're told that they have been taken to the hospital and are in critical condition. We don't know much more besides that at the time. We don't know if there were other victims. We've only been told about that one person, and we don't know if there was more than one shooter or not. We only know about the one shooter who was taken into custody. As Alex mentioned, though, police, law enforcement, they acted very swiftly. They jumped into action, trying to catch the person and administering aid to the person who was injured as well. A lot of swift, quick thinking people here at the protest, as they were very ultra prepared in case something like this were to happen.
That guy doesn't have a hairy chest.
Of course, as we've been talking about, the plan
He's not jar openers worthy.
and this
Shout out
happened,
Donnie.
But unfortunately, they were prepared for it. Again, most of the crowd has left by now. We still have lots of police officers here.
Those of you guys that haven't been here on the show the last couple of weeks, you won't know what you're talking. You won't know what I'm talking about.
Watching some of the video there of the suspect apparently in handcuffs. You know, this video, we don't know how he got injured or what happened there exactly.
We heard police yell, garage, garage, and we saw them rush into that garage near to the Sky Apartments there on State Street.
And here's the video right here that we've been talking about here of the suspect in handcuffs, sitting on the sidewalk there. And then shortly thereafter, as we see right here, he's taken by ambulance and getting
The
into
suspect
the
was
ambulance. Now, we
taken
don't know
by
if this is the
ambulance?
same guy that told that one suspect, or I mean, not the suspect.
It's
the guy that was
supposed to
being
be
interviewed there.
police
I'm not
cruiser.
the shooter. I'm the victim here. You know, that kind of thing. And we don't know why he was injured. I mean, why? You know, what happened or what transpired. If this is a shooter,
His
you know,
feelings.
what happened there?
We have seen, we won't be showing you those images.
It was his
of the
feelings.
victim who we believe was the victim. We believe at this time that these images are the suspect, and we will wait for police to give us that official confirmation. We're also just coming into the newsroom, a statement from Governor Spencer Cox saying,
the shooting at tonight's protest in Salt Lake City is deeply troubling, act of violence, and has no place in our public square.
He's going to go to a female prison.
Situation, and we're working closely with law enforcement to ensure accountability. So again, this is a statement coming from Governor
Fast
Spencer
track
Cox
to the
just moments
female
ago
prison.
in regards to his reaction to what happened here, calling it deeply troubling and also an act of violence and no place for in this kind of thing. This is exactly what we've been covering all week long here in regards to how police have been preparing. We knew that this protest was coming this weekend. We knew it was going to be big. We knew it was going to be huge, but everybody was hoping it would be peaceful, and unfortunately, it was not.
We are now hearing that our colleague Alex Cabrero, who continues to be monitoring this situation from the scene. Alex, we're seeing you now. You can't see us, but it looks like you're with someone. What can you tell us?
Right, Garnet and Dan, this is State Senator Nate Bluen. He is this isn't his district. He was just here as a citizen, as part of the rallies, part of the protest, just to be involved. And Nate, this is what just the mood of
Sounds like somebody that needs to get primaried. I don't know. State representative, I think he said.
No, it's not. You know, I think tensions have been high. Granted, what
No movement in LA.
What we saw happen in Minnesota early hours this morning, and so this is the last thing we want to see is violence at a protest. And again, I have no insight into what the motive might have been, but certainly when people show up, they want to march in peace generally, and we support that. And tensions have been high, so this certainly doesn't help cool the tone, but we want to try and take that down.
Right. And that's something, because I know there are a lot more protests planned down in the future. This is something, unfortunately, that's going to be back of everybody's minds now, where maybe they don't want to come out and do their civic responsibility.
Like, is it going to get dark in LA tonight? Like, what the hell is happening?
I think that's right. I think, frankly, it was frustrating to see some
I feel like it should be dark by now.
Conversations happening about how
I get it. It's only 8:15 there.
and other law enforcement agencies were really prepared so heavily for these things. I think that raises the mood and gets people worried to begin with, and raises tensions, and definitely keeps people at home in some cases. I mean, there was a large crowd here. There were a couple large crowds across the state today. And situations like this are not going to help people, encourage people to show up and express their opinions and political views peacefully in the future.
Nate, maybe last question for me.
This is Las Vegas.
You know, how, as a state,
It's been the same scene. Like, nobody's moving around in Las Vegas at all. It has been the same.
Yeah, I think people need to keep showing up. I mean, we've seen the mood in this country is at a level that, you know, I'm a little bit younger than some, but I've not seen tensions like this before. And I think it really stems from, frankly, from one side of the debate that we're seeing. And so we need to move beyond that. We need to get this country back to a place where we can have civil debate.
This is Salt Lake where the shooting.
By other city, not city, but state and federal leaders primarily right now. And so we need some change.
Some temperature maybe on both sides. Just, we need to come together. I don't know how you do that, but we keep hearing that on both sides. But how do you do that?
We need to come together, but also, I mean, I don't personally think this is a one-sided problem. I don't think this is a two-sided problem. I think this is a one-sided problem, and certainly we can all do better. But the violence seems to really be perpetrated more from one side than another, from what I'm seeing. And after what's happened in the last few hours across the country, I really hope we can acknowledge that we need to think about that and try to move beyond what we've got right now.
He's saying the Democrat side, right?
Appreciate you. Take care. So you heard that was State
I mean,
Senator
that's
Nate
the
Lewis
truth,
was
but
talking
I
about. He
wonder
was
if that's
here.
what his
This is
perception
his
is.
district. He was just here as a citizen, as part of the protest. Very unfortunate. He is upset that this happened, and he's hoping that the temperature can certainly be toned down, Dan and Garner, simply because this isn't what anybody wanted, hoped for, and it's just unfortunate that it happened. Dan and Garner.
That's what
Alex,
people
we
expected.
appreciate you out there. We appreciate you doing such profound reporting for us, and with such a profound question. Where do we go from here? We heard there from
Where do we
Senator
go
Nate Lewis
from
calling for
yonder?
civil
Probably to the LA protest. You know, if there's nothing going on with the protest, at least we can watch John ride his bike around.
I'm not even calling it no more, but it's looking crazier again. I thought it was chilling, but
See, he keeps saying it looks crazy, but I guess he's just talking about the amount of people. This might end up being one of those situations where, like, literally nothing happens until the 3 o'clock hour, my time. Which would be about 3 hours from now. Yeah, I kind of think he was alluding to MAGA being the violent side as well. Although I haven't seen anything in the last couple of days, certainly, that would indicate that. Nobody on the right set the Waymos on fire.
I'm hearing a lot of rumblings about Los Angeles, so that's where we're heading.
Yeah, that's a good point. The reason you think that is because he said people need to keep coming out.
We might have to go back into the city, actually,
Yeah.
this way. People are going this way, thinking traffic is going this way, and it's not. I just did too. We gotta turn around. We don't have press passes, so we can't.
Agitators, that's not something that we support. But the violence that I saw, the violence that Associated Press saw, and the violence that NBC saw were exclusively against civilians by law enforcement. And let me be very specific.
Oh, goodness.
Here. I have spoken to someone who was shot 3 times in the face with rubber bullets.
3 times in the face with rubber bullets? You gotta be a real freaking piece of work to get shot 3 times in the face. That's impressive. It's not the flex you think it is. Mr. Brooks, yeah, certainly zombie behavior. Not the first person I've heard say that this reminds you of the scenes out of like Walking Dead and stuff like that.
Poor people who parked along State Street here trying to get to their cars, having to be let in and escorted.
Yeah, apparently didn't learn from their first 2 shots. Too stupid to move his head 3 times, right? 3rd time was a charm?
Our university at one point.
Hunter, obviously it is a contentious situation there on the ground with different perspectives, different cameras capturing different things. Let me
Call me Daryl then. Yeah, that's the one pick for sure.
Group had organized in the first place. Yours was a No Kings protest that was planned long before Homeland.
I would say Glenn, but we know how he ended up.
Yeah, no kings means it's pretty straightforward that America should not have kings, that we were founded on the principle of resisting against tyranny and oppression and against authoritarianism, and that Donald Trump is acting pretty much like King George III, and that's a charitable interpretation.
You're a loser. Give us one example of how Donald Trump is acting like King George III. Loser.
After what happened over the past week, it made sense to shift more directly into the way that Donald Trump was enacting his tyrannical power, which was through ICE and through the deployment of
His tyrannical power through ICE, which is national security, which is his #1 obligation, in my opinion. What else is the federal government like tasked with? It's defending our country from threats, foreign and domestic. And when you have a state that is not acting as one with the republic, like California is, and some of these other ones with Democrat sanctuary cities, open borders, etc., the government has to then, not the government, the president has to then act. He's obligated to act to resolve the issue. The bleeding comes into California, and then those people can move freely throughout the other states. So every state is being affected negatively because one state or a few states are refusing to abide by the national security rules. So that is why Donald Trump has the authority to take over the National Guard or send in the Marines or do whatever the hell he wants as far as those things are concerned as it relates to national security. If California won't do it, the federal government must. It's not taking away the state's rights to act sovereign. It's not taking away a state's sovereignty. It's contrary to that. California is taking away the other state's sovereignty and right to not be invaded. So that whole, I'm sorry, Trump is not being a king or a dictator by fulfilling his obligation of protecting the country from invasion, foreign threats. If Trump was a king, Bill says if Trump was a king, he wouldn't have put up with all the bullshit from the Dems and libtards in Congress and blue states. He would just do. But we know he's not. Trump has executive power. Exactly. You know, he spent a whole lot of time in his first term trying to make the Democrats happy. So I think he's burnt out on that. Yeah, the Democrats did cause all this, Mr. Brooks. Biden's open borders, Gavin Newsom's bad policies, all Democrats. Chris passed out. Caitlin called you and woke you up. Well, at least it's not like you got time to recuperate and get back to sleep if you want to. It's not too like late in the day or early in the morning, I guess. Yeah, what about King Biden killing 80,000 jobs with the Keystone Pipeline first order of business? 100%. Or King Biden selling our, our oil reserves to China and then replenishing them. we are stocked oil reserves that were stocked under Trump at an all-time low when they were literally paying people to take gallons or take barrels of oil. It was so cheap. Biden sold and then replenished when oil was way up. I mean, stupid. Yeah. And Biden just, not to mention, the open borders and all the jobs being taken by illegals. I will stand by that. They say, oh, you act like, the right acts like, illegals are taking all the cheap jobs or taking all the jobs and driving wages down when Americans don't want to work. And it's like, yeah, you guys just don't get it. Americans aren't even trying right now because it's not worth it. If they want to work, if they're going to work 40 hours a week and they're a young person wanting to work 40 hours a week and they can't pay their bills, why would they start? They're going to keep looking for the job that can pay their bills. Oh yeah, giving away billions in weapons by deserting $1 billion Bagram. I think the value of Bagram Air Force Base was like $4 trillion with all the equipment and everything that we gave over. Not to mention the strategic positioning on the globe. It's like an hour off of Chinese borders or something like that, if I remember correctly. Gave up that huge strategic spot and all that tech and everything. Not to mention the loss of life and the bridges burned with those people that allied with us. Yeah, Bill, we were an exporter of oil with Trump. We had so much oil and reserves were full. We were selling oil to other countries. Biden killed all that and decided to buy oil from Venezuela and the Middle East. It was strategic because close to China. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Biden, he wanted to have not to mention the electric car mandates and the Agenda 2030 or whatever it was, trying to get everybody off of gas. It's crazy. Look, I think electric has its use for sure. I actually have an electric car. I charge it with my solar panels, but I think it's worth it. The technology in the cars just makes life and driving so much better. So like they serve their purpose. But should they be mandated? No. We still got to wait and see what happens to all the batteries once these cars start going bad.
Haskell and last into 185% of Summer Street.
Congrats, Chris. Oh, I missed that. Our high school won the Pennsylvania State Volleyball Championship today. Oh, that's cool.
There's a huge response over here. I think there's a group that they had locked up in between here and Los Angeles. We're on San Pedro. Los Angeles is the next block up.
Yeah, the public pushes innovation.
Right now. So there's a few things going on in different spots. We're trying to play it by ear. We're past.
Oh yeah, Chris, there was a shooting in Salt Lake City. 1 injured. And the shooter is in custody.
This way, I think. Hey! I think it's that way.
We are close to where Emma is. We're at 100 South and State Street. If I'm looking up to my left, I'm seeing the state capitol. And then behind me, we're seeing a whole lot of police cars. Of course, we see this police tape. I actually just witnessed what happened in Emma's live shot where we had, it looked like 2 skateboarders coming down State Street pretty fast and just went right past this caution tape area. But it's pretty obvious that this area is completely blocked off. We're looking at a lot of police officers. But I'll tell you,
you darn skateboarders.
I know there's a bunch of San Pedro, Van Nuys, Riverside.
Bill says it's so crazy. The Dem lawmakers on committees and some subcommittees got rich off insider trading. How does someone who makes $175,000 a year in Congress, which is top 1% anyways, now worth hundreds of millions? Oh yeah. I mean, shoot, what Obama, he left the White House worth like $9 million after 8 years of making $450,000 salary. Not sure how that works, but yeah, man, it's all of them. I actually didn't confirm this. So yeah, so much to talk about to bring to light for sure, dude. But I didn't confirm this, but I did see a post on X earlier right before I went live. That there was some lawmakers that capitalized on Israel's attack in Iran. They've known about it for a couple days or whatever ahead of time and capitalized on it. Just every time, anytime there's something happening. I mean, that is insider trading knowledge. It's crazy the way that the stock market has been manipulated lately. Yeah, they know beforehand, but then when they start playing stocks and everything like that because of it, that's not serving the American people. You know what I mean? That's just serving themselves, and people that do that shouldn't be in leadership. I mean, to your point, these people make $175,000 a year and come out worth hundreds of millions of dollars.
But a lot of the photographers, they dress all weird, bro. They wear whatever the fuck they want.
Jamie texted you that Utah is full of magic underwear worshippers. Maybe they're testing them. I don't know what that means. You've never seen a cop on skates a day in your life? Is there a cop on skates? I don't know if that's a cop.
This way. I think so. I'm trying to listen and see where they push them to. The helicopters that way.
Jamie texted you about the shooting? Okay.
They know, like, people don't give a shit. The cops don't give a shit about anything but this. I thought they were gonna arrest it. Were you here when they pushed everyone in that corner right there? Yeah, they're trying to. And they jumped over the fence? Yeah. I thought they were gonna arrest everybody there.
Looks like they may be staging up right here.
I haven't seen them bring in the arrest buses tonight like they were earlier in the week.
I don't think it's a staging area. I think they came here in response to something. So that's kind of like what's kind of going on here. I'm not really sure what the deal is. I mean, I'm looking around.
Oh yeah,
calm, so
and they have no problem lying to your face. Even knowing that you know they're lying, they're still just gonna lie. They're gonna double down.
These guys may move. They may leave this area. I don't know. If they leave this area, obviously,
no, I had to end it because
as of right now, we're not in a
there were
rush to
just
go
too
anywhere
many
else.
people there.
Not much happening.
Yeah, filthy rich.
Really high. Looks like it's the LAPD chopper.
They don't live like their constituents one bit. They have no clue what our lives are like.
So, yeah, curfew's currently in effect. It's not much actually going on right now for us to, you know.
You can do it while live? Yeah.
Yo, Jeff for the 2. Thank you, brother. Stay frosty. You got it. Thank you, Jeff. What game now with the 2?
And it doesn't
using my stream on Rumble? Oh, God.
Jamie, don't be mishearing and misreading. Gosh.
I've tried doing it.
Hunter with the gifted. Thank you, brother.
What is Mayor Karen Bass saying here?
Now every time I turn off my
certainty. But I will tell you that today I was in the helicopter for quite a while. I went to every site that had been listed as a site of protest, and I mentioned there were 15 of those locations, and every single one of them was completely peaceful. In some cases, the protest had ended by the time I flew over. And as I was flying over, LA was getting a little, we were concerned about where.
Did you guys see that? It just muted itself while my mouse was not even on the mute button. I had to unmute it real fast. That was crazy. That was crazy. But watch her cope for everything. She's going to minimalize. She's going to lie to you. She's going to do exactly what we were just talking about. We've been watching this all week. We know they torched the Waymos. We know they smashed the cop cars to pieces. We know they've been launching fireworks in the middle of the police and out past the curfew, breaking the laws. And she's going to sit here. Yeah, Chris, she's a lying ass. She's going to lie. She's going to cope. She just said most of the protests were broken up before I even got there. Like, how do you know that there was even one there before you got there? Like, shut up. You're just a liar.
Where that was going. And that's when the police had the horses and moved the crowd back. But it seems as though it is under control now. It's early. It's only 8:30. So we have a lot more to go tonight. But I am hoping that people will be peaceful and that we will not have a lot of arrests. We only had 19 yesterday.
And
only,
Mayor,
huh?
What is your message? You mentioned that you know, and we know because we live here, that this is contained to an extremely small area in downtown Los Angeles. But people who don't live here, that feed into the national rhetoric that they're hearing, don't necessarily know that. What is your message tonight?
Well, my message to them is to clarify what exactly is happening in LA. And I appreciate your network for joining in. Because you talk about something that's
For running
discouraging.
cover.
It's when networks essentially cover something that is completely false and show tapes over and over again of stuff that had happened days before. So my message to LA has been consistent.
Because the fact they torched Waymo's 3 days ago or 4 days ago or whatever it was is irrelevant to today, you guys. I mean, oh, goodness gracious. She's as useless as can be. Only in California can you fail up. Yeah, that's exactly what Kamala Harris did. She failed all the way up to vice presidency. That's funny that you say that, because that's how I was wording it for months. Is she's the only one that could fail upwards all the way up into the vice presidency, where she's literally had $1.3 billion dumped into her presidential campaign. After that, it's crazy. Within 3 months, they dumped that 1.3 billion. Just total waste. But yeah, she's useless. Only in Colorado can you fail up. Crewsome was mayor of San Fran. A great job he did. Then fails up and becomes governor. The inspirations to be president. Yeah, exactly. You know what? Maxine Waters doesn't even live in her district. Nancy Pelosi's been there forever. It's like Fat Boy Pritzker.
It's to be peaceful. It's if you actually care about immigrants, you are not going to be violent. And if you
No, it's the illegal immigrants. Say it right.
are violent, then we know that you're just being violent. It is not on behalf of any cause. And we will deal with you. You will.
And they're separating. Could you imagine the mayor of DC, which no, you can't really imagine that, but somebody coming out and claiming the J6ers trying to draw a distinction between, no, the ones that fought with police, they weren't J6ers. They stood on their own. They don't like Trump. They don't like Republicans. They just don't like cops, and they wanted to do bad. No, they don't cope like that. They just draw the distinction when they're trying to cover for their own side. You need your beauty sleep so you look good in the morning. All right, Chris, man. Yeah, have a good one.
Be held accountable. But if you look at the tens of
Held
thousands
accountable.
of people that were downtown in LA today in that protest, it was overwhelmingly peaceful. And I just hope the stragglers that have not gone home will remain peaceful, will leave the area, or will understand that they will be arrested and they will be held accountable.
They'll be slapped on the wrist.
Bass, I know we have limited time with you, so we'll say thank you for coming on with us here on a Saturday night as Fox 11 continues.
And you'll notice that it's past curfew now, and nobody's being held accountable. Yeah, I don't think that's a cop on the rollerblades. But nobody's being held accountable. We would see it right now, wouldn't we? The cops would be like, oh, look, I see a person out past curfew. I'm going to arrest them. Yeah, Muriel Bowser, the DC mayor, was all for the destruction and chaos with the George Floyd BLM riots that she positioned for the National Guard and machine gun turrets on J6. Yeah, so did Nancy Pelosi. That would have been crazy. They probably would have started shooting at people too. I don't know, maybe not. I can't project that, but they would have wanted to.
That gate's closed over there, though. It's open? You sure that gate's not closed?
Well, we've officially reached nightfall. This is on the ground in Las Vegas. I mean, this is just...
Gate's closed that way, though.
I mean, this is about as peaceful and normal as a protest gets in Las Vegas. I mean, these people aren't even moving. Cops have been standing in this line. The people have been standing around, waving their flags. I don't even think people are chanting or holding, like, real signs.
Hey, where'd you park?
Well, look, some people are moving.
If anything, we'll go back to the car.
Led by a white Democrat. Oh, we got some scuffle. All right.
Regroup, see if there's still
I mean,
more action going on.
calm down.
They said they're setting up a blocking force on second.
Oh, they got somebody on the ground on the left there.
So we're
Please
good.
do.
Closer to second, I think we're
Arrest
on the
them.
right way. They're setting up a blocking force on second.
Well, they got somebody.
Which this It's third. I think second is the next.
All right. Can we hear her yelling or him? I didn't do nothing. I was just standing there.
Get out of the roadway. Hey, do the roadway.
I'm walking here. I'm walking here.
This is the downside of like.
Ooh.
It's great when you're in the mix, but once you're out of it.
Cops are like, all right, got one. Yeah, but those people asked for it. I've been pointing out that they've been standing in those lines like all day, and then it looked like a white lady actually walked out and started going like face to face with somebody, and then a whole group like went behind her. And then we saw the scuffle. But the cops are now towing the line at the curb rather than standing down the middle of the road. So they're claiming their space.
Hey everyone, thanks for watching. Thumbs up. Separated from all the action. And to be honest, it wasn't that much action. I don't know. We'll see. Over there.
It looks like AXN. I think I just heard him say, to be honest, there wasn't much action. So he's saying that it's pretty chill. John, who's been biking around, he was saying that there's still a lot of people.
Yeah.
Looks like it's pretty much entirely cleared out.
He's got the scanner on him. Let's hear what he's saying.
Cool.
Make sure we're subscribed to these guys that we're
This is the
watching.
street where we got all those scanner calls.
Not the
There
news
was a group
channels,
here,
but
it is long gone.
give
to say
them
the
thumbs
least.
up and a subscribe.
Something's going on down the street. Nothing too major. I used to watch John when he streamed on YouTube. Bro, where are you from? What even took, what? What? Bro, what? Can someone help them?
All right, so the police decided they're going to back off and go back to the middle of the road here in Las Vegas. They decided that they wanted the space.
So here's how we're looking, chat. Things are kind of sleepy right now. There's a
And now John's saying it's sleepy looking again.
Pick up later. I will say that it's like, it's to everybody's. If they place bets on it, Vegas odds, people would be losing millions tonight. That nothing's going down. But whatever their plan is, it seems to be working. Because right now there's no real pockets of crowds. They're getting them split up so fast. If you saw
LA
what
cops
went
have
on
got this
Monday, there was
down.
like little pockets of people.
They're
that
good
kinda
at the
broke
cat and
free,
mouse.
Which is how the trouble got caused. Holy Eva 3. Oh my God. Eva 3 was
Think too bad.
$199.99 super chat. Wow. Phenomenal job today. You were so brave. Our live stream hero. Thank you for bringing us the real news. We're so grateful for you. Eva, I am so thankful for you. That is insane. Eva just dropped $200 donation on YouTube.
Dang, $200 dono. That's
so much.
pretty dope.
It's so much. That's huge. Did I earn it today? Be honest with me.
Yeah, but there's no tape. We're probably good. I think we're good. Yeah.
See what AXN is doing. Guys, let you know we're not streaming on Rumble, but you can find me over on Rumble at America First TV.
So your shoes? If you're down
That is a hard platform to grow on, but if you're interested, you got a Rumble account. Show a little love over there.
It'd be better to be in a car, I think. I'm gonna try to make my way back to my car. You want to try that? You guys all want? Can we all go in your car? You want to take him to his car?
Somebody can go to my car so I can drop you.
I got to pick up my car too. That's why I was gonna.
Wherever you're at, I can drop you off.
That's why I was thinking about just ending it. So.
Where's Cesar Chavez from here?
Chavez is that way.
To all the injured riders, you might want to just apply a little ice.
Yeah.
Wah wah. Wah wah wah.
You're close to where his car is.
I'm like 1 block away from the Union Station. So we can get back in case of the accident.
Right, horse shit. Woo! Dude, I almost got hit right there. No, the bullets. Did you see the dark black rubber bullets? Bro.
Dang.
They smashed that window right there. I was hiding right there the other night. They were shooting from right here.
I saw your picture.
Which way? This way or that way?
Oh,
I'm down to go.
the injured riders. Yeah. Jamie put that in chat in the Discord, by the way. Shout out to Jamie for doing that.
Straight this way with us, and then make a right on the. If you're by Union Station.
Yeah, we're going in that direction.
Damn, we just hit 82 subs, guys. We're at 76 when I came down here. 4K today.
Nice.
Congrats.
Yeah, man. Dude just said he gained 4,000 subs today, live streaming.
Dude, I remember asking my 4 friends to sign up to my channel.
I had 24 people when I first started, dude, and they're all people I knew from work.
Yeah. I remember I was like, hey, sign up. And one of them was my account. I was like, dude, I got 5 subs already.
Now you're almost to 3,000. You're going to hit it by the end of summer. Yeah.
We'll see.
You'll see, you'll watch. I'm calling it right now. You're going to hit it by the end of summer.
I got 30,000 subs this month.
I got excited because I got 15. Yeah, I think I'm at like 16 or 17,000. Yeah. No, I'm talking about 15. Like.
I got a shitload, but I'm fully expecting a lot of them to cancel once this shit's over.
Dude has 1.85 million. This guy we're watching.
Yeah.
Like probably like 10% of them drop off.
Yeah. It doesn't matter. Shout out to the people that are planning on staying.
Oh, that was AXN talking. He's got 81,000. My bad. I thought that was John talking for a second.
Thank you for the 20, Andrew.
Yeah. Fook fascism.
California, at its best, protect illegal aliens and use taxpayer dollars to give them houses, medical care, school for their kids, food stamps, debit cards, and endless money, all while forsaking the American citizens.
I didn't get so many.
Yeah, man, forcing them to pay, what, $20 minimum wage and the highest taxes and the highest gas in the nation. Yeah, all blue run states. Yeah, you're right.
All that matters is how many people tune in live.
It makes me feel bad for all those like small businesses that got looted during this week. You make it through the pandemic in California, you make it through the crazy cracked out policies, and then some jackass people loot your business fighting for illegal immigrants. Who would have thought, right? Time to get the hell out of the state if you're those people. I mean, really. You think, I'll move to LA, I'll start a business. Solid United States city. And then it's just a cesspool of Democrat woke freaking nastiness.
Yeah, I remember the top dog was like 100 viewers.
Like Bill said, taking from the Americans, forsaking the American citizens, and giving to everybody else. All the takers, full of takers.
Were you here when they set off the tear gas? Yeah.
It's funny, I saw a video on X earlier. See if I can find it real fast. Pretty sure I reposted it.
I was up on the bridge and all of a sudden I'm
these protesters were walking through LA. Yeah, this is it right here. Let me drag this over here. These protesters were walking through LA, just stepping over like homeless, like nearly dead people, like drugged out on the ground, just like it's normal.
Fuck Donald Trump! 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 Fuck!
Yeah, that's LA for you. Send them all to Australia. You know, I think Australians are pretty legit. Their media is captured. But I have a lot of them that are fans of my America First TV channel, and they actually seem pretty based, to use the phrase based. Yeah, I made a video when Tucker Carlson clowned some of those folks, a couple woke reporters a while back, and the folks in it happened in Australia, woke Australian reporters, and no, the land down under. Well, let's throw another shrimp on the barbie. But yeah, I had a lot of Australians come in the comment section saying, "Yo, don't let these people think that these represent us." That was pretty cool. But yeah, looks like AXN might be peacing out here.
It was another white one, right? Oh, was it? It was the older one.
I don't know if that's him loading up in his vehicle or not, but
Oh, they got Scott Lane fans.
maybe not. No, that's a different dude. Okay, that's a different streamer.
Can all of us fit in here?
Okay, they're all gonna dip in the car with him.
4 of us with equipment, you sure? You want to just walk?
Yeah, exactly. Oh, homeless veteran who served our country. Step aside, sir, because we have to serve the illegals first. Then maybe we'll help if we have anything left over. Oops, sorry, budget cuts. Only money for illegals. But, and I'll add to that, but the Chinese Communist Party leader is coming to town, so we're going to need you guys to scoot over a couple blocks because we're cleaning up the area.
I think I'm going to just walk with him. I'm over there, yeah, towards Chinatown. Towards Chinatown.
Everything's tagged up over here, and I mean everything. Every surface possible has got something on it.
Yeah, they're graffitied up everything.
All right, we're at 4th and Broadway. Who's getting banned in chat? I'm going to go through the VOD tomorrow. Everyone who said 4th and Broadway, banned.
Yeah, we only clean up for Chinese dictators, exactly.
That guy almost kind of got ran over, sort of. Let's go this way.
Oh, kicking stuff. Gotta rest my feet.
We need like a FOSSA bot for Kick Chat for like exclamation point Discord. We also need that for YouTube chat, honestly. I don't even know if it's a thing. Helicopters directly above us.
I've been wondering about that. Is there YouTube chat bots? I feel like there is. I feel like I see them sometimes in people's live chats.
Deborah Johnston with the 20. Thank you. Stay safe out there. Thank you, Deborah.
Well, guys, I think we're only going to go for about another 5 minutes. This seems like everything's really chilling out. I was hoping well, not hoping, but I was thinking, look, I'm a YouTuber. We're hoping for drama, right? We want chaos. No, but I was thinking maybe once it got dark, with the increased amount of folks in LA and what we've seen over this last week, maybe LAPD wouldn't be able to handle, and the law enforcement wouldn't be able to handle everybody, but they've been pretty pro about it. They've gotten really good at, they flubbed up that one day and lost the Waymo cars, and then the dumbasses parked their SUV police vehicles right underneath the edge of the overpass. I was live when it happened, called them out and said those vehicles won't last long, and they didn't. But other than that, the law enforcement in LA has done pretty good. They push everybody around and keep them moving. And I was listening to the scanners 2 nights ago. We had the scanners up, and they were doing it intentionally, and they were actually trying to push people into like corners. So when to get them to that final spot, the final destination. They were flanking them with cops that weren't even like out yet, essentially, and trying to box people in and like final area type stuff. And it was just really good because mostly by the time they got folks to that point, everybody had kind of dispersed, or the biggest part of the crowd, and what was left was super manageable. But yeah, I think the LAPD figured it out with the law enforcement. It's the National Guard, the Marines, LAPD. I think everybody out there. I think they got it figured out. They just keep everybody moving. You keep everybody moving, your legs get tired. You start sweating. You prevent the people from grouping up, you know what I mean? All that type of stuff. So I think this is gonna pretty much be it. Bill says, thanks, brother. Appreciate it. Happy Father's Day to all the dads out there who grind the rock pile every day. Yes, sir. Definitely. Hope to catch you live again. Keep up the great work. Get the message out. Keep America great. Man, thanks, Bill. And I appreciate that 20 you sent me earlier. That made my night. Thank you so much. And yeah, you'll definitely see me again. I haven't been posting a lot on America First TV, that channel, because I've been really trying to get the Jar Openers podcast channel open, or not open, but monetized and just recognized and stuff like that. But I will soon be doing more on America First TV. And if you're interested, checking out the Jar Openers podcast, which is dedicated to the live show, I separated it off of America First TV just because I didn't want to confuse the algorithm. You did? Cool. Thanks, man. I appreciate you. And yeah, trying to get them both going. Well, I got the America First going, but I'm trying to get the other one going too. So not working for free part of the time, but like I said, getting ready to get America First going again. I got to have that one cooking as well. Mr. Brooks, it was nice to meet you. We might have met you before, so forgive me if I forgot, but I'm typically pretty good at remembering the folks that chat pretty regularly. So I look forward to seeing you guys both back, and everybody else is still in chat. Thank you guys. Appreciate all the mods. And yeah, I'll be going live, I think, more during the days on America First TV. I'm going to change the content. I want to just offer more. I want to do more. I want to get better. And, that's what I expect to do over my YouTube journey, which is my retirement plan. So one step at a time. And yeah, thanks a lot, Mr. Brooks. You guys are great. Everybody else, thank you so much. Had a great chat. Sorry the action wasn't all, crazy tonight, but, it was a good night for America whenever buildings aren't burning down and police aren't fighting rioters. So we'll take it. We'll take the trade-off. And with that, Christ is King. And thank you, King Solo Wings. You just reminded me. I'll go ahead and close out with the verse of the day over here from the U-Verse Bible app, which is Proverbs 29, 25. Fear of man will prove to be a snare, but whoever trusts in the Lord is kept safe. So, wise words, as always, from the Bible. So, love you guys. We'll see you guys Monday for the Jar Openers podcast at 7 p.m. Eastern. And if something goes crazy tomorrow, I might just break in and have a live show tomorrow. We'll see. But other than that, you guys have a good night, and thank you guys so much.
With war rolling and we're stuck, we here to bring the truth. Jar open this podcast, we breaking through the fake news. They try to silence us, but we will be subdued. We're bearded alpha males here to save the youth. Spitting fire on the mic with the bass Christian takes. Exposing the lies, keeping the demons at bay. We ain't afraid to speak up, we won't be swayed. Jar open this podcast, where the truth is laid. Jar openers, cracking open the lies. We're rolling that list up, we're here to rise. Bearded alpha males. males, saving the youth from the godless demons, spreading the truth. We ain't playing games, we're on a mission to awaken the masses with our intuition. Pulling out the corruption with no inhibition. Draw open this podcast, sparking a revolution. We're not afraid to stand tall in a world full of deceit. We're the voice of reason, bringing light to the street, keeping it real, never missing a beat. Jar openers podcast, where the truth meets the heat. Jar openers, cracking open the lies. We're rolling Atlas thug, we're here to rise. Bearded alpha males, saving the youth from the godless demons, spreading the truth. Jar Openers podcast, where the truth will never cease. Join us on the journey to bring back peace. We're rolling Atlas thug, fearless in our release. Jar Openers podcast, where the lies will decrease.